This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting
Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today.
Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. It's committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment. But this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Lane's Body Shop. Lane's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair. Give it off to C-State, gliding to the basket. Out to 3, J. Hayes. Good. And Eric Glenn wants to stop the music.
Midwest Ready Mixing Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mixing Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for low-gun equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mixing Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
CoreCares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. CoreCares, proudly serving our community.
Jensen Kennels is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dog. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
On Monday, September 2nd, all of Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations will be closed in observance of Labor Day. This is so all of their employees can spend time with their families. If you're looking for equipment, look no further than Grossenberg Implement. They have new and used equipment to help you get the job done. Go online at grossenberg.com to see the entire lineup. Remember, Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming will be closed on Labor Day.
Since 1966, Louis Cleaning and Restoration has served the Vermillion and southeast South Dakota area with high-quality work and even higher-quality customer service. At Vermillion's oldest cleaning and restoration company, they pride themselves on providing the best service with friendly, knowledgeable staff. They specialize in cleaning, offering extensive cleaning services with high-powered equipment at an affordable price. Check out their website for a full list of services they offer. And next time you need it clean, call Louis Cleaning and Restoration.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call, and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
inside the Dakota Dome as we get you set for Week 1 Friday Night Lights here on Live Ticket TV.
Welcome
along
back
with
to the
my
Vermillion
longtime
Booster Club press
producer
box.
and color
Proud
man for
supporters
this
of all
evening.
Tanager
His
athletics
name's
and the
Cole Larsh.
student
Good evening. I'm Heath Nimke. Tanager fans, it's that time once again. It's time for football. It's that anticipation that we've waited all fall season. The kids have been back in school for a little over a week now, and it all culminates to this moment right here. Finally, football is back. It is Week 1 across the state of South Dakota. Week 0 has 9-man and 11B got kicked off last week. It is our opportunity now for 11A, AA, and AAA to get this season started. And let's take a look at it. The Vermillion Tanagers, the past 2 seasons, they have been oh so close to making the postseason. They needed things to go right in their last game, and it just has not all come together for them. Now this year, a lot more experience back from a lot of great talent offensively and defensively, with also a great offense and defensive line that will really bolster this team. The question, though, coming into this season, and we're going to hear about it later on from head coach Tom O'Boyle, is only 34 guys are out on the football team. In fact, fans, if you're not aware of this, there's more players out on the boys' soccer team for the Vermillion Tanagers than there are when it comes to the football team. So how is that going to play a factor, not only in tonight's game, but throughout the season when you have to rely on so many guys playing both ways? How is it going to play that factor when you look at a team like Lennox and others coming up throughout the season who have over 60 guys on their team and a lot of, again, great talent coming back through multiple teams when it comes to Class A? It certainly is going to be a task, but there are some experienced coaches out there. If there's some experienced players out there that can handle this type of situation, it certainly is the Vermillion Tanagers. As we mentioned, inside the Dakota Dome, getting set for Week 1, Vermillion versus Lennox. We're going to be talking more about this. But for this Lennox Orioles team, Sean Flanagan is now in his second year here at Lennox. He brings back a great quarterback who's been with him now for the past 3 years going into his senior year, and also a lot of great talent back for Lennox. But also, this is a very untested Orioles team, if you will, as they do have a lot of their key pieces from a year ago that are missing, or I should say have graduated. So how does that play a factor? But Lennox has been touted as one of the top teams in Class 11A. Again, we have plenty to break down. We're going to take our first timeout break. When we come back, let's set you up here for the pregame show. What can you all expect throughout the evening? We'll take a look more at Class A and just football in general. As we mentioned, for 9-man and 11B already playing their second game of their seasons. And also we'll talk more about the bigger matchups coming up for tonight, and also AAA playing some Saturday night football coming up tomorrow. We'll talk more about that coming up next. Also, as I mentioned, we'll get into our coaches conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle. We sit down with him to talk more about this team and his expectations, and plenty more, including a special guest who we get to introduce you to being a part of the Live Ticket TV family. We look forward to hearing from him later on throughout the broadcast. As tonight's pregame show is brought to you by our Vermillion Tanager sponsors, including Pump and Pack. Fill up your tank and your belly at Pump and Pack. From cold beverages to plenty of snacks, Pump and Pack is proud to be the fill-up spot and go-to destination for the Live Ticket TV crew. We're going to step aside. When I come back, I'm joined with my broadcast partner, Cole Larsh. We take a look more at Class A and across the state of South Dakota when it comes to the media polls. That is on the way next on Live Ticket TV.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
What's your big picture?
To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
to start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank & Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank & Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com.
This time of year, the great outdoors are at their greatest. When you get out of the house and into the wilderness, make sure to stop by Lennox along the way. It's the perfect spot to prep for your camping trips, weekend hikes, or even simple joy rides with the windows down and the wind in your hair. Lennox is here to help you get closer to nature, and there's no better time of year to do it than right now. Out and about, powered locally at Lennox.
Out here, you learn that to keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athletes.
At H. Lauren Lewis Field inside the Dakota Dome, welcome to Vermillion Tanagers Live here on Live Ticket TV, your home for everything Vermillion sports. It was a busy night last night as we had you covered in Wagner. The Vermillion volleyball team fell 3-1 to the Wagner Red Raiders, and now we open up the season right here inside the new turf at the Dakota Dome, along with our broadcast partners for tonight. Joe Van Gore, longtime resident of Vermillion, will be joining us a little bit later on, and of course my broadcast partner for the past 3 years, back and bad once again. It's Cole Larsh. Got my chance to cover some state baseball with Cole Larsh. And Cole, before we get into everything we need to discuss, want to make a quick check-in. How's your brother? How's the Mount Vernon Plankinton football team going to be this year? Your brother going to score a lot of touchdowns as quarterback over there?
No, he's not the quarterback. He's actually left guard. So that's where he's going to be playing. He's left guard and he's a linebacker as well. So very out of the norm for us in the Larsh family, as my dad was an offensive and defensive lineman, and so was I. But I guess we're built a little bit differently than he is. But so far they are 1-0. They defeated a pretty solid MCM squad, and if you take away a couple of, quote, dumb penalties and a couple of bad turnovers, then they win that game really handily. And they actually should be kicking off about 10 minutes ago. They take on St. Thomas More tonight at home.
Well, how about we hop right into it then, as this part of our broadcast is brought to you by First Bank & Trust. Enjoy the convenience of digital banking from anywhere, including fast and secure mobile and online options. Customized features let you streamline banking tasks across all platforms, even other financial institutions. Banking has never been easier than with First Bank & Trust. It is that time to get into our media polls. As Cole just alluded to it, we saw 9-man in 11B kick off in what they call Week 0. This is officially Week 1 of the high school football season here in the state of South Dakota. And before we take a look more at 11B and 9-man, let's begin right here at home in Class 11A. As Cole Larsh has it pulled up there, the standings, which according to the media, this is how it goes. Canton number 1, Sioux Falls Christian 2. Tied with them is Del Rapids. West Central is number 4, and number 5 is Lennox. Receiving votes, Rapid City Christian, Tri-Valley, and Dakota Valley. Cole, let's start right there with the rankings. This year, there has been, well, the 2-year turnover, if you will, that we see the reclassifications for teams when it comes to any sport that they play in, including football. We saw a lot of teams jump around, and this year we're introduced once again to Rapid City Christian, and Tri-Valley has made that jump back up to Class A. Your initial look at the thoughts when it comes to the rankings for Class A, do you think there's one team that stands out above everybody else? We saw last year Del Rapids dominate on their way to another state title. Should they be as heavy favorites? Or what do you think about a Canton team, a very traditional football town that seems to win a lot of football games throughout the season?
I was just going to say that. I mean, Canton just strikes me as one of those teams that they're almost guaranteed to win 6 games every year, no matter how good or bad they are. They're guaranteed those 6 wins. And honestly, I think just looking at the poll overall, I for the most part, agree with it. Now, it'll be interesting to see, once you get into that receiving votes category, like you said, those new teams that move back up into 11A. I know Rapid City Christian out there has a lot of talent, but sometimes you may be questioned that sometimes their schedule isn't as tough to accommodate for a little bit of travel and things like that. But they're going to have a lot of talent, and I think, honestly, it's going to be a toss-up between any of those top 3 teams I can see going all the way. It's just a matter of who gets those big wins late. There's going to be a lot of talent in this top 5, no matter which team it is. And, of course, we can't forget the team we're seeing tonight, number 5, Lennox.
And when it comes to Class A, one thing that is historic about this class is when it comes to postseason, you can never seem to count out the 8 or 7 seeds because there's always usually an upset that is brewing along the way. We have seen that over the past couple of years. Cole, when we take a quick look at when it comes up for Friday Night Lights, a few games that are getting kicked off. Already Canton is underway against Rapid City Christian, and also Madison's taking on Belle-Fourche. That one started at 6 o'clock this evening. Otherwise, Del Rapids takes on Dakota Valley in Del Rapids. That's number 2 versus receiving votes. And also another big matchup, Sioux Falls Christian taking on West Central. Some pretty intriguing matchups when it comes to Class A for tonight's Friday Night Lights, and a lot that's going to determine officially these standings as we head into Week 2.
Yeah, you usually see that sometimes with these Week 1 matchups is you might see some really good teams against each other, and then in other classes you look at some of the matchups, it's like, oh, really? I mean, that's just how the schedule pans out sometimes, and you look at, a pretty small class compared to all the other ones in 11A. You're going to see a lot of these good matchups, a lot of top 5 matchups every week. And honestly, I think when it comes down to it, a lot of these teams, if they get a win, if they're in the top 5, great. If they don't, there's a really good chance they stay in the top 5 because that's just how good of a team they are, and that's how tough a competition they play.
Don't be biased here, Cole.
Okay.
But when you take a look at all of Class 11A, Belle-Fourche, Canton, Custer, Dakota Valley, Del Rapids, Lakota Tech, Lennox, Madison, Millbank, Rapid City Christian, Sioux Falls Christian, Tri-Valley, Vermillion, and West Central. Without saying Vermillion, who is the other team that right now is left out of the media rankings that you think could make some noise throughout the season?
That's a really great question. I'm thinking... technically, West Central's up there, I guess. I was going to say them. When you get up into that Madison and Millbank area, those are a couple of those teams where you never quite know what you're going to get into because, typically they have some pretty good athletes, and it's just a matter of if they come out to play and things like that. So, I think we'll see how the season progresses right now. But if I had to choose as of right now, it'd be either of those 2 M teams, Madison or Millbank, because just like the uncertainty, you never really quite know what you're getting yourself into up there.
And for Madison, they open up against Belle-Fourche, as we just mentioned, play Del Rapids, then Custer and Vermillion. So things could really go their way in the first couple of weeks. They could be at that point after 4 games, 3-1 overall, and saying, all right, this is a legit team. And then they really run into the buzzsaw of their season. Again, we're taking a look at the Class 11A standings. It's brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop delivers exceptional auto repair and paint services. Their body shop specializes in automotive collision, repair, paint, framework, and glass. Cole, before we move away from this segment, let's quickly hop around the other classes all the way up to AAA. Harrisburg right now ranked number 1. They play a lot of games coming up tomorrow night as well. Any huge favorites when it looks at AAA for your point of view?
I mean, I think the media poll is, as you know, we are both members of it. I don't think either of us voted this week, but I think it comes down to either Harrisburg or Sioux Falls Lincoln, whichever team can win these close games. It always seems like it comes down to a really close game at Howard Wood. Some random Saturday night, sometimes Friday, at like 9 o'clock is when they kick because the first game went late. And it's just whoever can win those big games like that, I think is who's going to win it all. I think, honestly, I think it's going to be Harrisburg.
On the 11AA side, I think we can both agree everything runs through Pierre once again this year. They have just built such a tradition when it comes to AA. Some teams that could compete with them, including Yankton NT, but we'll have to wait as time progresses on. Let's hop quickly down to the 11B side. We saw Winter get a win last week against a Hot Springs team that was inside the top 5. Now they're receiving votes this week. Otherwise, one of the local teams, Elk Point Jefferson, ranked number 2. Sioux Valley, number 3. Woonsocket, Washington Springs, Sanborn Central, number 4. Wagner, the Red Raiders, coming in at 5. Any heavy favorites? Is Winter and Elk Point bound to meet once again like they did 2 years here again in the Dome, or is it going to be different in 11B?
Nope, it's going to be different. If you ask my honest opinion, I've been saying this all year, and I've got a couple witnesses that says it. Sioux Valley is my team to watch in 11B this year. They're bringing back both their stud running backs. They ran for over 400 yards against St. Thomas More last weekend, and I was just watching some video clips of it. Their offensive line doesn't have a whole lot of size, but both their running backs weren't getting touched till about 6 yards down the field on every single play. That's just how good their line was playing that game. I got Sioux Valley. Wagner, you said it like you're almost a little bit of surprise. They have a lot of talent down there in Wagner. It's unfortunate that we have this Wagner-Winter matchup here in Week 1. If we would have seen this matchup maybe Week 6 or Week 7, I might be calling for an upset.
Quickly looking around 9-man, Parkston looking to repeat at 9AA. On 9A, Howard looking to make a lot of noise once again. And on the 9B side, again, Avon, heavy favorites to repeat as champions. Any final thoughts when it comes to 9-man football?
9AA is interesting to me. It's always been one of the classes it's pretty close to where I'm from in my area, so I follow it a lot. Parsons going to be really good. Hamlin, they graduate a lot of guys, but holy cow, they're bringing back a bunch too. I mean, they got some really good studs. Right now they're playing Hanson in the 2 versus 4 matchup. There's 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter, and neither team has scored in that ball game. That'll be a big game to watch. 9A, like you said, really not a whole lot of thoughts. Howard, I think, I don't think they should lose a game, but then again, 9A, you never really do know. You might get one team that comes out really fast and scores a lot of points. I don't think Wall's as good as they were last year, but that's just kind of my opinion on that deal. And then 9B, it's Avon all the way. If any team can get close to them, I give them good luck.
Tanager fans, it's great to have you back once again for another year. We got things started right here on Live Ticket TV last night. Getting some volleyball, and now it's time for Friday Night Lights. Again, Live Ticket TV has your coverage of high school sports for the Vermillion Tanagers all season long, even in the spring and summer seasons. We just got done wrapping up a baseball season, and including got to kind of tip off the end of the sports season with a chance to call a baseball game with the Vermillion local of Tom Heisinger, who joined me up in Cadwell Park in Mitchell, South Dakota for one of those state amateur baseball games, which was a lot of fun. By that way, we're going to step aside because there are plenty of other Vermillion sports that are going on, including the tennis team, and also talking about golf. The boys' golf team is looking to repeat, make it 3 state titles in a row. We'll dive more into what Vermillion is happening across all athletics, as that is brought to you by Masaba, where they value people as much as performance. If you would like to join their staff today, visit masaba.com. We're back with a look at inside Vermillion Tanager athletics on the way here on Live Ticket TV.
It's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. a place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today.
Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers. Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Birds like tanagers are.
And Eric Lennon wants to stop the music.
Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment, highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
Cork Ears helps individuals stay at home.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Just saw our ad there for Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment, and before we go any further here on the broadcast, if you haven't heard yet, Dave Hurts hasn't turned a day over 49 for quite some time. If you haven't wished him a happy birthday yet, make sure you wish him a big happy birthday. It's great to have you along here on Live Ticket TV as we get you set for tonight's matchup of Friday Night Lights between the 5th-ranked Lennox Orioles taking on the Vermillion Tanagers. We'll talk more about this matchup with head coach Tom O'Boyle. That is on the way, but before we get any further, let's highlight the Vermillion High School Booster Association and all the great work they do fans, if you have not followed the Boosters on Facebook yet, make sure you give them a look. It's just Vermillion High School Boosters. You can follow them there. They'll give you updates onto everything that is going on at Vermillion High School when it comes to their athletes, and it has been a very, very busy week. In fact, we're going to go all the way back to this past weekend where we saw a great performance from the Vermillion boys as they got the win against James Valley Christian. The final score there of 8-1. And other action that happened this past week as we go into the week, the Vermillion Tanager boys golf team is doing it once again, trying to repeat for their third time as state champions. They finished tied for first against Dakota Valley, and a great performance from Monday. Also looking at Cooper Gerard, both the Hanson boys, Preister, Roovers, and Moran, all finishing within the top 25 when it comes to golfing results. Again, had a great performance. Saw over, 16 teams compete in Monday's Invitational. Great performance. Again, the Vermillion boys finished in that first place spot, or tied for first, I should say. In other action from this past week, the Vermillion girls tennis team was in action, beating Huron 7-2 and also winning 9-0 against Huron. Did fall to Mitchell, though, 9-0 in other action. When it came to volleyball, earlier this week as well against West Central, West Central was able to sweep by the Vermillion girls volleyball team in 3 sets, 25-21, 25-23, and 25-15. And more golf action from yesterday. This time, Vermillion fell short to Dakota Valley, finishing in second place. Again, Dakota Valley finished in first place. We saw top golfers once again of 2 tied for 5th. And again, all the golfers for Vermillion, the top 6, finished inside the top 16 in golf action yesterday. Also yesterday, when it came to Vermillion High School sports, as we saw on Live Ticket TV, it was the Vermillion volleyball team that fell to Wagner Red Raiders last night. Wagner winning the first set 25-13, also winning the second set 25-17. Vermillion did win the third set 25-23, and also Wagner was able to finish it off against Vermillion, winning 25-22. In other action that was going on, have not seen any official results at the moment, but also was on Live Ticket TV. We had cross country. Yes, that's right. Cross country was on Beersford Live Ticket TV. They kind of had some updates of the cross country meet that was going on today, but congratulations to all the racers for their action going on today. Again, that was at the Bridges in Beersford. Speaking of the Vermillion Boosters, if you would like to get more involved, they're asking for your help. If you're passionate about supporting the young athletes and ensuring they have everything they need to succeed, why not join the Athletic Booster Club? It's a perfect way to make a real difference. Again, why not join? You can support the athletes. You can build a community by connecting with other parents who share your enthusiasm for sports and teamwork. You can also help enhance the facilities with fundraising for equipment, uniforms, and again, facility improvements that benefit all the athletes. Whether your child plays soccer, basketball, football, or any other sport, your support matters. Together, we can all create a more vibrant and supportive athletic community. So what is the way to make it happen? How do you become a part of the Vermillion Boosters? Well, if you're interested in joining, you can check out, again, their Facebook page. You can leave a comment. You can send them a message. Or you can also help out with their monthly meeting. Everyone is welcome to come. It happens the first Wednesday of every month at the Vermillion High School Library, beginning at 6 o'clock. So come on out and, again, help support the Vermillion Boosters when it comes to everything they do for the Vermillion athlete. The Booster Club would also like me to remind you that those who are waiting for your Tanager apparel from the first store, you may have received an email if your order has been complete. Now, again, your Booster Club order is ready to go. It can be picked up at Thread and Ink downtown Vermillion. They'll be there until 7 o'clock yet tonight to hand out the orders. So if you're listening online and are going to make your way to the Dome here shortly and haven't done so, need to pick up the apparel. You're running behind time, but you can still get that done. So make sure you make that happen yet today, or that can also help out picking all that up next week. Maybe not Monday, though, because again, Monday is a holiday, but they'll have it there for the rest of the week. And that is your update when it comes to Vermillion Athletics this past week at Vermillion High School, as it has been brought to you by Dakota Seed and Service, your local Pioneer seed dealer in Irene, with the seed, chemical, and crop insurance to fit your operation needs. Quickly, before we get into our coach's interview with head coach Tom O'Boyle, want to take a look at the Lennox Orioles. We were not able to catch up with head coach Sean Flanagan. Our time did not work out. But again, when looking at this Lennox Orioles team, a big name that returns is Boston Katzer. He is now in his third year with Sean Flanagan, in his second year with the Lennox Orioles. He originally comes from the McCook Central Montrose area a few years ago, where he was quarterback with Sean Flanagan, but back for his third year at the quarterback position. Has lost a lot of key targets when it comes to his wide receivers. You may remember that one of his key targets at the beginning of the season last year was Porter Enan. Porter Enan is now gone, but still a lot of great other returning talent when it comes to this Lennox Orioles team. In fact, over 55 guys out for this year, and we're about to hear how that makes so much of a difference, having that many guys out when it comes to your squad, and what it could potentially mean when it comes to, well, the season, because we're going to see it with the Vermillion Tanagers. It is a whole lot different. And that being said, we're going to catch up with head coach Tom O'Boyle to talk more about his squad and everything that is going to happen. That is coming up, as our interview is brought to you by Murph's Appliance. Serves the customers in Vermillion with low prices on home appliance products and top-notch customer service. Their knowledge of the home appliance they sell sets us high above the competition. We're going to get to our commercial break. When we come back, we'll have our conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
By offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota, specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. Core Cares, proudly serving our community.
Jensen Kennels is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dog. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
On Monday, September 2nd, all of Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations will be closed in observance of Labor Day. This is so all of their employees can spend time with their families. If you're looking for equipment, look no further than Grossenberg Implement. They have new and used equipment to help you get the job done. Go online at grossenberg.com to see the entire lineup. Remember, Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming will be closed on Labor Day.
Since 1966, Louis Cleaning and Restoration has served the Vermillion and Southeast South Dakota area with high-quality work and even higher-quality customer service. At Vermillion's oldest cleaning and restoration company, they pride themselves on providing the best service with friendly, knowledgeable staff. They specialize in cleaning, offering extensive cleaning services with high-powered equipment at an affordable price. Check out their website for a full list of services they offer. And next time you need it clean, call Louis Cleaning and Restoration.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call, and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
What's your big picture?
To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
To start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank & Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank & Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com. This time of
back
year.
to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Back inside the Dakota Dome as we play just the second game on the brand new turf. It's Friday Night Lights. We're getting you set for the Vermillion Tanagers take on the Lennox Orioles last night. The USD Coyotes got their campaign started in football, and now it's time for the Vermillion Tanagers as it's time to get into our coaches conversation with fourth-year head coach Tom O'Boyle. In his first year, he got to the playoffs, got all the way to the semifinals, but since then, it has been a march of falling short to getting into the playoffs. The past 2 years now, the Vermillion football team has been on the last game cusp. They need to get a win, a couple things to go right for them to make the postseason, and unfortunately, they have not been able to get the coin on the right side. But this year, a new campaign, but something that's going to look a lot different when it comes to this team is their depth. Only 34 guys on this squad. You see that with Class A, that's something on the lower side. Usually you see 50 to 60 guys out in Class A, but Vermillion, they have 34, but Tom O'Boyle thinks those 34 guys are all in the right positions to get this where he wants this team to go, where their ultimate goal is. Now, I was able to catch up with him earlier this week to talk about the ultimate goal with this team and how he likes this group of guys and what they are facing this year. It's time to get to our coaches conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle. Here he is on the pregame show. Well, Coach OB, as we get ready for another football season for the Vermillion Tanagers, I want to begin by talking about the culture around Vermillion. You know the long-standing history of football in Vermillion. if there's one thing that's passionate about in this town, whether it's USD or the Tanagers, it's football. And you get ready for another year. How much have you talked to the guys about the tradition of the Tanagers? How much do they know about the history, and how excited are you to continue to build on that as we go into another season of high school football?
Oh, he's super excited. And, you talk about tradition and the great tradition we had where we were the, talk of the, if you were going to win this state championship, it went through Vermillion, and that meant playing the Tanagers. And we are so fortunate that tradition walks out on our practice field every day with Gary Colker. Gary was the guy that put Vermillion big time on the map and won the 4 state championships and brings that leadership and education and experience with him each and every day. And, we feel like we've got a bitter taste in our mouth from being 3-6 a year ago and kind of being snake bit with injuries. And so it's been a fun fall camp. We've 34 young men out doing a super job, and we're committed to playing a JV and a varsity schedule, because when you have so many young kids out with only 4 seniors dressing to play, those kids got to have snaps as well. So, we're looking to perform well Friday nights, and then we've got a lot of our guys are going to get some double action and play Monday. So that changes your practice regime, and what you do on Monday is going to be a little bit different for us. It'll be a little more laid back for Coach Jensen, the O-line coach, and myself and Coach Culver, where our other staff members go with JV. But tradition speaks volume. Fall speaks football. Yotes open Thursday night. It's going to be a fun atmosphere to play, and it's neat that they're playing Northern State, another South Dakota school, and then we get to follow that up on the new turf Friday night, and hopefully we will come out with the second win in the Dome on the new turf.
I like the sounds of that already, Coach. Let's make it happen. You talk about the depth of this squad. You mentioned only 34 guys out, but guys that are really passionate about it. How much does scheming go in as coaches to make sure that you put all the guys in the right spots? I know you look back, you even talk about being snake bitten. You come in your first year, you take them to the semifinals. In the past 2 years, we've talked about it every single last game of the season. Vermillion's right there. They need some things to go right to make the playoffs. Unfortunately, we've missed out. So taking these 34 guys, putting them in the right position, and making another run at the playoffs, how does that all come together for a coaching staff?
It's a cumulative effort with the young men and their effort over the summer, and you get a pretty good pulse on your leadership. The kids leaving the junior ranks and becoming seniors, and we feel like we have 4 very good leaders with our seniors, and they have great playing experience. All these guys have played since their freshman year, so it's a neat deal. And in a program like Vermillion, where we just, for whatever reason, don't have 50 guys out for football ever, we have the right 34, we feel like, and kids all for one and one for all, and it's a fun atmosphere to be every day, because we truly have focused on and talked about, we want to be a better football team when we walk off this field today. We're going to improve in some facet of the game, and when you have leaders like Sean Doan, Connor Peterson, Landon Cerny, Riley French, those are our 4 seniors. Those guys have played enough, understand our philosophy enough, and understand kind of what our expectation for during practice and at games. Being 4-year letter winners and 4-year veterans, it's been fun to watch those guys. Especially in the secondary with Dolan at outside linebacker, Raleigh at inside linebacker, and your 2 safeties, Peterson and Cerny. To hear them communicate is something really special. The football, their football knowledge, or football IQ, if you will, is so much fun, Heath.
And you talk about it as well. I think you just hit it right there in the head. Hey, we got 34 guys, but we have so many leaders back that have played in these positions before. These are trusted guys. It's not like, hey, we're throwing out a senior like some teams are. Like, this is the senior's first opportunity to play varsity minutes. You're not looking at that with your crew. You have the right guys put in the right positions to lead out there on the battlefield, and it's going to be exciting each and every week. Now we get ready, first game this season against the Lennox Orioles, a team that also brings back some experience in key positions. What's the scheme going into this first week of not being able to really watch film on Lennox? You know Coach Sean a little bit of what he wants to do, but how do you prep getting ready for week 1 against Lennox?
You know, Sean has a similar situation that we do here in Vermillion with a very, very great experience, I should say, at quarterback. He's got a young man that played for him at a previous high school, and somehow he brought him with him in the high school transfer portal. I don't know how that works out, but yeah, now he's a 2-year starter at Lennox, and he's a really good quarterback. The offense obviously runs through him, and he's going to, you know, he likes to run a lot of zone read and pull the ball, and he's dangerous on the edge. So, you know, we have to do a good job of our defensive end to not, or outside linebackers, if you will, not getting too far up the field or not getting too wide where he cuts underneath us. You know, you break down each and every game film. And, you know, last year we were hurt by we expanded too far or too upfield at the end, and we gave the Lennox offense too many chances to slip underneath us and run. So certainly want to take away that. And we feel with our veteran secondary coming back that we can play some press coverage and maybe make him hold the ball a little longer and get some sacks in the backfield.
One thing about Coach O.B., his defense has always been electric. It seems we saw it a lot last year as well, that it was maybe sometimes a bend but don't break mentality. Hey, you can drive it all the way down to the 20, go for it on 4th down, but we're going to get your stop. On the opposite side, I know fans in Vermillion want to see the flashy 50 points a ball game, touchdown after touchdown, every single possession results in some type of points. What's the scheme this year offensively for Coach O.B. with a lot of great experience back at the quarterback position?
Heath, can you tell me where I go find that I'm all in for that. You know, we're going to be probably a little more of a 50-50 run-pass team this year with the experience we have at quarterback and the experience we have at running back. And the young men we feel have done a great job all fall and summer long up front. So we have some depth up front and we have some size up front. We haven't been able to say that the previous 3 years. So we're going to that's who we feel we will become. And, you know, first game's always a great mystery. We'll roll that out in our game plan and try to get after the Lennox 3-4. They are on front defense, but they like to bring 5 almost every play. So, you know, they're a pressure style defense that we would like to believe that with our experience on the offense and experience in our backfield with our quarterbacks, both Hayden and Nolan, that pressure isn't going to shake us up very much, and we feel like with the multiple receivers that we have, you know, we're going to be able to take advantage of some cover 4, some cover 3. We feel like we got Peterson on the outside, and he can run. He's going to be a good matchup in a cover 3 situation or a man situation and get the football to. So, you know, I'm giving you kind of a bland answer, but it's going to be a 50-50 scheme where I think you're going to see us a little more, you know, run heavy. Where in the past, you know, good things happen when you throw the ball, but there's also some quick in and outs, and there's always the ability to be second, third, or 15 when you do that as well. So we're going to huddle. We're going to try to snap the ball with 5 seconds left on the play clock, and kind of ground it, pound it, and take our shots in the seams with kids that have been able to score before.
You talk kind of maybe about a nickel and dime, if you will, teams. It doesn't always have to, you know, be that 30-yard pass down the field that gets you the first down every single time. If you can get, you know, it's the chunk plays, 3-4 yards at a time, and just keep on moving the football, it gets the job done every single time. It's a coach's response, Coach O.B. I'm used to it, but I expect nonetheless from you, of course. You can't give it all away. That's why we have to have the fans come out and watch Friday night. Before I let you go, the fans do want to know, what is it like gelling together as a coaching staff with so much experience, so many wins with their entire crew? Everyone seems to have some great aspect of football. How do the coaches all gel together?
I think it's experience heals a lot of dumb decisions. And over the course of 42 years of being in this game and doing what I've done at the high school level, it's you learn from really stupid decisions, and I've been there on a lot of those things. So you sit back and you watch your young guys work, and you stay out of their way, and you've hired them for a reason. And I sleep great at night, Heath, knowing that our staff works hard, and they do so for the kids, and they do so for the scheme to fit and take what our kids can do and build something that collectively can be pretty formidable. So, it's so much fun having, Gary around, and Louis Budmeyer now has done such a great job in his 3 years. Caden Elders, a new guy on the staff. You've got all Missouri Valley offensive tackle, Nick Jensen, working with your O-line. It's just, it's a blast to be able to sit down and watch these guys work and know when you're doing your part of individual practice, they're getting things done as well. And it's a neat thing that Coach Huska, our AD, has allowed us to do.
There he is, wrapping up our pregame conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle, talking about what it means to have such an experienced group of coaches and be able to coach these young men, these 34 guys, bonded together for one ultimate goal, and that, of course, is to win a Class A state title. Now, it's certainly going to be a daunting task, and it's going to be no easy task. 5 games here inside the Dome, and the defense of the Dome starts tonight as they welcome one of the top-ranked teams in Class A, the Lennox Orioles. Along with Cole Larsh, Joe Van Gore, I'm Heath Nimke. It's time for one last commercial break. When we come back, we set the stage and get you closer to kickoff between Vermillion and Lennox. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Great outdoors are at their greatest. When you get out of the house and into the wilderness, make sure to stop by Lennox along the way. It's the perfect spot to prep for your camping trips, weekend hikes, or even simple joy rides with the windows down and the wind in your hair. Lennox is here to help you get closer to nature, and there's no better time of year to do it than right now. Out and about, powered locally at Lennox.
Out here, you learn that to keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today. Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
At H. Lawrence Lewis Field inside the newly turfed Dakota Dome, we get you set for Friday Night Lights between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Lennox Orioles. I'm Heath Nimke, along with my broadcast partners tonight, the always reliable Cole Larsch and the longtime veteran himself, Joe Van Gore, joins us on the mic. It's great to have Joe a part of the Live Ticket TV family as we head into this high school sports season. You'll be hearing a lot of Joe's voice when it comes to Vermillion athletics. We look forward to all of what Joe brings to this company and how talented of a broadcaster he is. It's going to be an exciting season with Joe Van Gore, Cole Larsch, and myself. All right. Let's get the pleasures out of the way, Cole. It's time to get to some game time. What do you expect in this matchup when it comes to the Lennox Orioles and a tough Orioles football team?
Well, it'd help if my microphone was on there, Mr. Nimke, but you know what we're going to expect? I think they're going to start off, they're going to want to run the ball quite a bit because that's, how they like to start their games, like to get in the flow of things here, they like to establish the run, and then randomly they're just going to take the top off your defense with a nice 60-yard run to just take it off, and they're going to just let Katzer sit back there and chuck it as much as he wants. Very high-powered offense, and then on the other side, they're not going to let you get a whole lot on Vermillion's side of the ball. They're going to try and stop him as much as you can, bring a lot of pressure.
Joe, when it comes to football here in the town of Vermillion, there's always a lot of excitement, whether it's USD or the Vermillion Tanagers. How great is it to have another football season finally back?
Well, of course, last night the University of South Dakota got things started with a resounding victory over Division II Northern State. But Tanager football is a great tradition. Of course, Coach Culver having the longest tenure and winning state championships, and now Coach O'Brien, in his fourth or fifth year now with the Tanagers. There's a lot of expectation with the players that are coming back, but I think with the numbers that they have, they just cannot afford to get hurt or have any kind of players missing time and the like. So it'll be interesting to see. Always the first game, coaches will tell you they'll allow a mistake or two, but hard to tell with a team like Lennox and the firepower that they have. The Tanagers need to withstand at least the first quarter from this team and see where they're at.
We'll talk more about this matchup here in just a moment as we go through introductions. But fans, before we get any further, we do want to say our condolences and prayers going out to Mike Hutchinson as he continues to battle leukemia at the moment as he is in the hospital down in Omaha. We are thinking and praying for his quick recovery and thinking of his family. We're going to step aside for our national anthem. When we come back, it's time for kickoff. That's on the way next on Live Ticket TV. Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers! Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
It's time for Friday Night Lights inside the Dakota Dome. The Vermillion Tanagers taking on the Lennox Orioles, along with our producer, color man, Cole Larsh, and our other distinguished guest for this evening and helping us out on the broadcast, Joe Van Gore. I'm Heath Nimke. It's time for kickoff, as kickoff is brought to you by Dakota Financial Services, John Brooks. DFS Insurance John Brooks is proud to provide a wide range of products and services for his customers' needs. As an independent agent, he focuses on providing home, auto, health, life, and business insurance products that are created with each specific individual and business in mind. It's tradition around here, and obviously means Vermillion will be in their red jerseys, pants that are in white, the Lennox Orioles in their white uniforms, and pants that are in black, meeting on the new turf of this newly renovated Dakota Dome for the turf. Of course, renovated a few years ago on the far side with the new bleachers that have been put in, and it has certainly made a beautiful difference inside the dome. Coin toss is underway, and we have determined who's getting the football first as we get you set for kickoff between the Lennox Orioles and the Vermillion Tanagers, as there was not an indication there by the ump, I don't believe, on who's getting the ball first, but nonetheless, it looks like when it comes to the Vermillion Tanagers, they're sending off their kickoff return.
Well, I got eyes on it, and it appears that Vermillion did win the coin flip, and they have elected to receive. They'll be moving from right to left here. As you're seeing it here on Vermillion Tanagers Live. Lennox will kick off, going left to right in the first quarter, as you're seeing it on Vermillion Tanagers Live as well.
Cole, what do you think about winning the coin toss and taking the football first? It's trying to establish the dominance and get on the scoreboard.
Well, I mean, I don't mind it, especially against a team like Lennox. I mean, personally, back at Old Mount Vernon Plankington, we never did that. If we always won the toss, our coach would always even tell the referees, no matter what my players say, if we win the toss, I would like to defer, no matter what, because, you know, a couple of us weren't exactly the brightest at old MVP, so maybe we said a couple of wrong things in that captain's huddle. But you know what? If you get the ball and you score first, puts a lot of pressure on Lennox.
It certainly is very intense down there for those captains and high school players. I can certainly remember that way, like, I heard everything you said, and then you get out there, coach, I don't remember a single thing you said. Two guys back to try to fake who is going to kick it, but it will be a big boot there by Jeffin Leffers, as it's going to be bobbled, and then just Vermillion's going to have to hop on top of it at the 21-yard line, and they'll take over first down and 10 as the quarterback will come out. Hayden Christofferson is back for another year, the general of this offense. We saw him have a great season last year, but was in and out towards the end due to injury. Tom O'Boyle mentioned it in our pregame interview. He's confident with his team's ability and really likes the offensive line and the way they line themselves up this year. He did also say in the pregame interview, we're going to focus a little bit more on the run game, and that's what they want to do right away. First down and 10, and it goes absolutely nowhere. A loss of a yard, maybe even two, bring up second down and 11.
This is exactly what we expected from this Lennox defense. They're going to come up, they're going to try and bring a lot of pressure because they don't want you to establish the run game early.
Rain Chapman also back in his second year as running back for the Vermillion Tanagers. Took the handoff and again tried to find some space to run up the middle, but had nowhere to go. Brings up second down and 11. Ball spotted at the 20-yard line. Two wide receivers split off to the near side, one alone at the 20 far side. Shotgun formation as he claps his hands together, Christopherson, and will now take the quick little slant route to the outside. It's just a simple flat route, and it will be completed to a wide receiver there, Nolan Nygren. He will also play quarterback at times, a pickup of about 4-5 yards, and it'll bring up third down and long.
You know, I don't hate the idea. Try and, maybe catch him off guard with a little bit of a screen, but you got to be a little bit more more sophisticated than that because Lennox sniffed that out pretty easily.
So now brings up a third down and 7 for the Vermillion Tanagers. Ball at just past the 24-yard line. Christopherson shouting out to his wide receivers, claps his hands together on the delayed snap. Now we'll hand it off to Chapman as he tries to find his way out of the backfield, gets to about the 25, if that. So Vermillion goes 2 carries on their first drive. They don't even pick up any yards when it comes to the rushing attack. Joe, what do you look at if you're Vermillion offensively in the offensive line to try to build a little bit of space for Chapman in the backfield?
Well, certainly you want to set up the pass with the run and, maybe some outside stuff, a toss sweep or something like that. Lennox's middle is awfully good.
And now Vermillion Tanagers will have to punt it away, standing at their own 14-yard line. It's a good boot by Christopherson there. It's going to be caught at the 45 in some space to work. As keeping on his feet is Tate Gertis. He gets by a second defender before he's finally spun down at about the 43-yard line. And the Lennox Orioles will take over first down and 10 in plus territory. And Cole Larsh, it's all about the Boston Katzer show back in his third year at helm, starting quarterback for the Lennox Orioles.
That's exactly right. He's the kind of do-it-all guy. He can run, he can pass, short pass, medium pass, long pass. He can just take, a direct snap and go right up the middle. Going to be really hard to try and contain him.
I should be a little bit more specific. It's his second year with the Lennox Orioles, his third year at quarterback. Again, he comes with Sean Flanagan from McCook Central Montrose a couple of years ago. And it's a quick pass as they find their wide receiver. That's number 2, Drake Mickelson, for a nice pickup of 7 yards. They'll bring up second down and 3.
And Lennox is going to want to move very quickly. As you can see him already up on the line, getting the play call. They're going to try and wear this defense out, try to catch him off guard.
And now we're going to see a handoff for the first time and a little bit of space before Vermillion able to sniff it out defensively. Joe, nice job there by the defense and the linebackers to come up and stop that one pretty quick.
Well, they made initial contact and then 2 or 3 others came, but they're taking a look. It'll be third down.
So pickup of 2 yards for Tate Curtis.
Sorry, first down.
And now they are going to move the chains.
Down, yeah.
So give him 3 yards instead on the carry, and it'll be first down and 10. Ball at the 32-yard line for the Lennox Orioles as they'll reset for just a moment with Boston Katzer. Now back to pass as he's looking to his left. He gets his wide receiver bobbled in and out of the hands, but there is penalty flags that come in as on the defense there was Traquin Thomas, the sophomore, but he was all over the intended target, and it's going to be a pass interference against the Vermillion Tanagers.
Boy, I'm not quite sure. That flag came after contact was made and the ball was out of his hands. So, but let's see. It looks like Lennox is moving back.
Nope. They do call pass interference against the Vermillion Tanagers, so now we'll mark it back from the original line of scrimmage. March off the 15 yards to the correct spot, and it will be first down and 10 inside the red zone. 8:38 in the first quarter. We are scoreless. Vermillion went 3 and out on their first drive. The Lennox Orioles started at the 45 and have moved the ball nicely down the field, courtesy as well of a 15-yard PI. Pump fake once, wants to go left once again, will look that way. It's up in the air, and it's going to be dropped, almost made. The one-handed catch, Drake Mickelson. The sophomore, though, couldn't hold on to it, and it falls incomplete.
Well, great defense that time, Heath, by Traquin Thomas, the 6'1", 150-pound defensive back. That was some hand fighting going there, and Thomas won it.
Now quickly back to the run game. They'll hand it off to Gertis. Gertis finds some room around the corner, and Tate Gertis punches it in for the first Lennox Orioles touchdown of the season. Orioles, the 5th-ranked team in Class 11A, leads it early over the Vermillion Tanagers 6-0.
Textbook Lennox Oriole drive right there, Heath. I mean, I don't know exactly what else to say about it. They come up, they're going to move fast. They're going to try and keep this Tanager defense on their feet, and no matter if it's a quick incompletion, pass interference, they're going to get up to the line, get the play, and run the ball.
2 carries for Tate Gertis in the ball game, 21 yards and a touchdown already. Cole, as you just alluded to it was a quick-moving drive by the Lennox Orioles. And again, when you talk about these teams that can platoon guys in and out, that's not necessarily the situation for the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, Vermillion only comes in with 35 total guys when it comes to their football team. They call this the swinging gate formation. And now there is going to be movement on the line, and this is because one of the offensive linemen, when they go into this formation, already puts his hand down. And then when he starts rocking back and forth and miscommunication on what's going to happen, the officials are supposed to call that as a false start. They'll move it back 5 yards. And again, that's just week 1, first time doing it in a game, because in practice you have nothing but time to get it right. In a game, they want to call it. So now they'll go back to their normal offense rotation here as they'll spread things out with 2 wide receivers to the near side. They'll look this way. They want to go over the top, but it falls incomplete to Leighton Smith, the senior wide receiver. Incomplete. 2-point conversion, no good. It's 6-0. The Lennox Orioles lead it over the Vermillion Tanagers. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Nice. Maytag appreciates a compliment. But this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
The opening touchdown brought to you by Core Cares. At Core Cares, they provide in-home care and nursing services across eastern South Dakota for seniors and anyone 18 years or older who needs assistance with activities or daily living due to illness, injury, disability, or age. Kicked off as this one takes a weird bounce. Chapman's finally able to pick it up, almost slipped on the new turf and kind of still fumbling over his feet, and finally wrapped up about the 22-yard line. So Vermillion will take over 1st and 10, kind of in the exact same spot when they did their first drive. Joe Van Gore joins us as part of the broadcast if you're just tuning in. Joe, what do the Tanagers have to do here on this second drive to, first off, let's just pick up a first down?
Well, yeah, that makes all the difference for your confidence there. It would wonder if there's a play or two that's going to try to seed to get to the perimeter like Lennox used in their touchdown drive.
Shotgun formation for Christopherson. In fact, 5 wide receivers, claps his hands together, and now guys will shift as 2 wide receivers move to the far side, and Chapman moves back into the backfield. They want to go to him, and Chapman is going to be spun around, and actually the ump there saw a face mask, it looked like. So Chapman picks up initially 2 yards on the carry with the banana peel, on the ground. It looks like Vermillion will get some more free yards.
Well, either it's the 15-yard variety, no personal foul, face mask, so that's a 15. And there's your first down of the season by penalty.
Well, they'll take it anyway at this moment for the Vermillion Tanagers, as it will march it all the way up to the 38-yard line. Yes, that's right, fans. That's Joe Van Gore. They're like, how doesn't he work for somebody else? Well, Joe went into semi-retirement and joined us here with Live Ticket TV, getting his opportunity to continue to broadcast high school sports across eastern South Dakota. We look forward to having Joe here at plenty of Vermillion sporting events coming up throughout this season. It's great to be working with Joe once again. This time the Lennox defense is going to get to Christopherson. It's going to be a big loss, a loss of it looks like 8 yards, and bring up 2nd down and 17, a loss of 7 on the sack.
Yeah, never had a chance that time. They brought the line, they brought linebackers, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Lennox blitzes on every other play.
So far, when you count the sacks in there, Vermillion is not in the positive category when it comes to rushing yards in this first quarter. We're at the 7:22 mark of the first quarter. Lennox leads 6-0. Guys shift once again. Cole, keep that in mind as we get ready for this play. It's going to be a pitch out to Chapman as he tries to find some space on the outside. And this time it works nicely as he picks up 3 yards, but still brings up now 2nd down and long. Cole, what do you think about this shifting when it comes to the Vermillion offense?
Yeah, it's just, well, we kind of saw it last year quite a bit, and I think they're trying to do it just to kind of confuse the field, and then they just run it with him. So I'm hoping there's a little bit more variety out of that motion set.
Caleb, the junior, runs on the play late. Plenty of time, though. Now, there is a play clock here at the Dakota Dome. It is not working. The back judge does keep it, and he's currently counting down at the moment, waving his hands in the air.
Oh, too much time.
And now we are going to get a penalty flag. This looks like it's going to go against the Vermillion Tanagers.
Well, the last 4 years, Heath, I did 11 AA football, and they have a play clock. No, offside against Lennox. Okay,
I didn't think he was still counting. He went to his 10, and then he hit 5, and that penalty flag came out.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if it was an indication for a timeout, but now, as they said, offsides. Joe, finish your comment there?
Well, we'll see after this play.
Okay. 3rd down and 10. Shotgun formation for Christofferson. 5 wide receiver set trying to get to Peterson. It falls incomplete, and it'll bring up 4th down.
Well, they got back to the original line of scrimmage after the 15-yard face mask penalty, but now Tanagers will have to punt it away again. Lennox had great field position after an 18-yard punt the first time around. Got to get a boot into this one and get good coverage on it.
4th down and 10 with the ball spotted at the 39-yard line. So Vermillion has only picked up 1 first down here in this first quarter, courtesy of a face mask penalty. Christofferson stands back at the 28-yard line, clean snap, and puts a good boot into it as it's going to send Curtis all the way back to the 26 where he's able to grab it, find some space along the numbers up to the 45, and spun down at the 48 for Tate Gertis. Again, the junior running back and defensive back for the Lennox Orioles. Good starting field position. Cole, was Vermillion need to do defensively this time as we saw the quick-moving offense of the Lennox Orioles?
Well, that's exactly right. They need to get set and get ready to go. They need to know their signs right away, maybe even 2 plays in advance, because that's how fast Lennox moves. Can't let them catch you off guard.
And speaking of the man who just got the punt return, they hand it right back off to Gertis as he crosses over the 50 and up to the 47. A little extracurricular activity going on, bumping each other, a little jawing, a little bit, hey, how you doing? How's the family going? Haven't seen you in the past couple of weeks.
Well, a name you'll be hearing a lot about. Raleigh French made the tackle, of course, an outstanding wrestler for the Tanagers.
And an amazing football player. You mentioned it, Joe, one of the captains of this Vermillion Tanager team. As this time they're going to go wide receiver screen as it's going to be enough of a 6-yard completion that time to Drake Mickelson for the first down. So Mickelson has caught both passes now for 13 yards. Handoff this time to Tate Gertis as he waits behind his offensive line for something to formulate. Cole, what did you think that time of Gertis? Would you rather him just hit the hole as you're taught as a running back, or do you like his patience trying to find the vision downfield?
As an offensive lineman myself, I enjoy the patience because I hate getting face masked to the back. Even, I'm sitting there trying to block maybe sometimes 2, sometimes 3 guys try and make a hole. I just get a face mask to the back. That's not very fun.
Ball is spot at the 38-yard line. Cats are back to pass. He wants to go deep, has his target, and it's going to be completed down to the 15-yard line. A big pitch and catch that time of 22 yards, and it's a first down for the Lennox Orioles.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Connor Peterson had just turned back a little bit, he would have had a chance to disrupt that, but great placement of the ball that time.
That was Chase who came up with the catch. The fake handoff to Gertis, roll out to Katzer into the end zone, but he's going to put it past his intended target as he was trying to get it back to Chase. Falls incomplete, and he'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
And again, even on an incomplete pass, they get a ball out there quick. They're standing right over the line. I mean, this Lennox offense somehow moving faster than they did last year.
4:34 first quarter. Again, Lennox comes in ranked number 5 in Class 11A. They want to go back to the air, and this one well too high for the intended target. For the Lennox Oriole fans screaming, how was that not pass interference? It was well above the head of the intended target.
Uncatchable ball, no doubt. But, doing the University of South Dakota, especially with the no-huddle offense that Chris Strevler ran, and, it doesn't give the defense a chance to read. And that's something that the Tanagers going to have to be patient with.
This time they're going to use the running back screen. Wide open is Tate Gertis. And you have to know, if you're a defensive lineman, if you get free and through that easily, you have to be expecting a screen. It picks up 13 yards, and it'll bring up 1st down and goal.
Yeah, as my defensive line coach always said, none of you guys are good enough to get right through the line untouched. There's a reason they're letting you go by.
Defensive end, defensive tackle.
I was nose tackle back in high school.
Okay. You were the run stopper then.
I was.
Okay.
I'm built like a run stopper.
Yes, you are.
4:03 first quarter. I was not going to make that comment. Pistol formation for Boston Katzer with Tate Gertis back behind. The fake handoff. He's going to roll to the near side at the hash, just staying on his feet, and will find a wide open receiver, as that's Corbin Hanneman, the senior, who's able to bring it in for the touchdown. No, excuse me, that is Drake Mickelson. Mickelson with another touchdown, or for his first receiving touchdown of the evening, and it's now 12-0. Lennox Orioles lead it over the Vermillion Tanagers.
This is wants.
Katzer is 5 of 7 in the ball game for 50 yards and a passing touchdown this evening. Swinging gate this time is going to work. Everybody was set in the right position as it was a quick snap. There are about 3 different, some would even say 4 different options. We see a lot of other teams will just call it back in and take the extra point. But this time the 2-point conversion works out for the Lennox Orioles, as they were able to get it to Wyatt Bolt. The 2-point conversion. They now lead it 14-0 with 3:51 remaining in this first quarter. We're back in
our late flag here, Heath. Referee just threw it as you're trying to throw it to break.
All right, we're going to keep it here. And they're telling Vermillion to get back out here. So now maybe a question, was there something wrong with the swinging gate formation?
I would say, well, in the olden days, they call it illegal procedure or something like that. Now it is illegal formation. I wouldn't doubt if it's probably illegal formation, the way they were lined up, or how many they had lined up, for the extra, on the line for the extra point.
Yeah, we have a coach in there, I believe that is Flanagan, who's trying to explain it to the official about how it's supposed to be lined up, or if you will, how it's supposed to look. I think at the moment he disagrees and says it should count.
They're picking it up.
There has been no official signal yet. It is 14-0 on the scoreboard. They picked up the flag, and here comes the head official. They are going to say the penalty goes against the Lennox Orioles. Move it back 5 yards. So we'll take the 2 points off the board, 12-0.
Yeah.
And now,
interesting.
So the flag that they called, I'm going to look it up here actually. I don't remember the signal off the top of my head, but then he signaled loss of down. So if there's a loss of down on the 2-point conversion, you don't get to do it again.
No, you don't.
12-0, 3:51. We're back in 30 seconds here on Live Ticket TV.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
In Joe's 40 years of high school football, he's never seen a penalty and a loss of down like that on a 2-point conversion. It kind of had us all confused up here.
You got me, but Miko Beal, the sophomore, good return. Tanagers have their best field position to start a drive. 1st and 10, 31, 3:46 left to go first quarter, 12-0 Lennox.
Vermillion Tanagers offense looking for their first down that doesn't come via the penalty. As this time, for the first time tonight, we'll see Hayden Christopherson go underneath center. He will pitch it out to Chapman as they want to try to work the edge. Chapman comes all the way to the numbers, but finally runs out of space. It's going to be, in fact, a loss of 1 and bring up 2nd down and 11.
Great pursuit that time, Heath. They dedicated a linebacker and a corner that time for the pursuit, and a loss of a couple yards.
Ball now at the 29-yard line. Again, if you count what you have to officially with rushing yards, a sack in there, Vermillion still hasn't picked up positive yards in the rushing attack this evening. 3:09 first quarter, trailing 12-0. Shotgun formation for Christopherson. Claps his hands together. He got a defensive lineman to jump, no penalty flag, feels the pressure from the backside, and will now take off for the first time tonight, and he will try duck out of bounds, takes it right to the hip as he gets ushered out. Joe, what do you think there? Slide and go down, or take it like a tough man Hayden Christopherson is?
He took it like a man, there's no doubt about it. Those are really tough, but it was right at the sideline. It wasn't, that he was like a half yard out or something like that, which would have garnered a flag had that happened. But, great improvisation that time. And, you got to take what they give you.
Picks up 7 yards. Will now bring up 3rd down and 4. A very manageable 3rd down, something the Vermillion offense really hasn't put themselves in on 3rd downs yet this evening. 2 wide receivers to the near side, 2 wide receivers to the far side, as now we're going to see guys come in motion. We'll put 3 wide receivers on the near side with Chapman also stacked this way. It's a bad snap, and Christopherson's going to just have to do some improv out there, and the act wasn't good enough. He gets back to the back to the line of scrimmage, and it'll bring up 4th down and 4 for the Vermillion Tanagers.
Heath, that was another one of those pre-snap motions where they try to, mix around the wide receiver positions, mix around the running back position, and ultimately that would have been designed at an inside run or maybe even a read option. It's been 3 of the same every time they go to that quick motion.
So now on 4th down, Vermillion will have to punt for the 3rd time this evening. The Tanagers offense has not crossed the 50-yard line yet in the first quarter. It's a high snap, but nice job pulling it down. Hayden Christopherson puts a good boot into it, but Curtis once again has some time, able to catch it at the 26, and again will find his way up along the numbers and wrestle down to the 42. And now there's some extra jawing going on there, as it looked like Ramsey Williams, the junior for the Lennox Orioles, came out of the Vermillion sideline, giving a little flex of the arms. He was happy about the way he blocked a guy. The officials say nothing doing wrong there. And the Lennox Orioles will take over at the 42, almost the exact same spot where they took over on their last drive, eventually scoring 6, where they lead it 12-0. Exactly 2 minutes remain. It's the flea flicker. Boston Katzer gets hit as he throws, and it's going to be bobbled and dropped. As that time, Thomas, the defensive back, just didn't turn around in time to find the football. If he did, it won't be a penalty flag, but he didn't, and it will be a free 1st down for the Lennox Orioles. Vermillion, their 3rd penalty, giving 35 yards now to the Lennox Orioles. Now, this isn't like we see in the NFL style, so it's not where the PI happened at. It's just 15 yards, so maybe Vermillion, if you will, gets a little lucky, but still the Lennox Orioles cross over the 50-yard line. Back in action as they hand it off to Tate Gertis as he crosses the line of scrimmage and spun down to the 39-yard line, a pickup of 3 yards.
And, as we've kept saying so far in this first quarter, Lennox moving fast and faster and faster and faster. They're showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon.
Vermillion Tanager fans, if you have anyone out there looking for the game, you can catch it right here on Live Ticket TV. Don't forget to share the link. If you haven't subscribed to Vermillion Tanagers Live, make sure you do so. Covering all Vermillion athletics right here on Live Ticket TV. Had some volleyball last night, and now football this evening. We'll have more volleyball coming up for you later on next week, including Tuesday and Thursday. Nice pickup by Gertis as he picks up 11 yards on the carry. Just found some space. Tate Gertis now 5 carries for 40 yards and a touchdown here in the ball game. Quickly back to the line of scrimmage. First down and 10 at the 27. They want to go right back to Gertis, and Gertis this time is bottled up at the line of scrimmage. Joe, nice job defensively there by the Vermillion defense.
Well, that time they're trying to, seal off that edge where Lennox has had some pretty good success so far this year. But, now down to 35 seconds left in the quarter, and we'll be changing ends pretty soon.
Probably get 2 more plays, though, the way this Lennox team rolls. Plenty of time for Katzer to throw. Looks to the end zone, and it's going to be intercepted at the 2-yard line. Great job there by Vermillion defensive back Michael Beal, the sophomore, who comes up with the first turnover of the football game.
Well, that will stop a drive now, but now it's important to maintain, get yourself out of this. But great defensive play. Like I said, the quarterback had all kinds of time and a receiver downfield. But great coverage by Beal to get the INT. But now you have to get out of the shadow of your own end zone.
And great job by our young man, longtime producer, good friend of mine, Cole Larsh, who got the instant replay there to catch out Beal's first interception of his young career. Now the shadow of the end zone, Joe, as you just mentioned. Christopherson's going to hand it off to Chapman, and this is the classic put your head down and run, young man. It doesn't matter what's coming at you. You just need to get out of the end zone. Picks up 2 yards, and that will end the first quarter, as the first quarter has been brought to you by Black Hill State University. Become a Yellow Jacket. Black Hill State University offers students the opportunity to learn from the best in a positive and challenging academic environment. We flip sides. The second quarter is on the way next on Live Ticket TV.
Give it off to C.
Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
CoreCares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. CoreCares, proudly serving our community.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
To start the second quarter, it's 12-0. The Lennox Orioles lead it over the Vermillion Tanagers. The Tanagers in the shadow of their own end zone on second down and 8. And there's a lot of movement going on. It looks like it's going to be a false start on the Vermillion Tanagers. Move it back 2 yards to the original line of scrimmage and redo second down.
Yeah, it was Cameron Bottleson that got a little excited, and yeah, that'll cost him a couple.
Ready to make a block on somebody. You never fault an offensive lineman, ready to make something happen for your team. So again, they move it back. Second down and 10. Christopherson in shotgun formation, claps his hands together, now takes the snap, and will hand it back to Chapman, and Chapman gets right back to where he just was, and it'll bring up now third down and 8. There's a penalty flag that is being picked up because the official forgot to pick it up. Joe.
Oh, okay. Well, that begs the question, Cole. How many times were you called for a false start?
I think 0, but I was the center.
Oh, I was going to ask if guard, tackle, or center.
No, but I have I have gone on the wrong snap count.
I was just saying.
And our quarterback got confused and then set the ball down when the ball was live, and we got a turnover, and I really didn't hear the end of that one.
Oh, that doesn't quite make enough sense there. I say same there for me, Cole. I know it's hard to believe I also played center. The way you look at Cole and I, no way we both played center. Our teammate was more built on speed. Again, they're right now officially waving off that flag, as again the VAR official blew it for a false start in the last play, never picked back up his flag, and it was just laying there. The near official saw it, and that's the one he's trying to indicate.
Well, yeah, but what happened was he wasn't even back to the sideline yet by the time the ball was snapped because he was discussing something with the ex-receiver for Vermillion.
So now, after all the delay, it's going to be third down and 7 at the 5. And now we see more movement, and it looks like this time it's going to be, I believe they call it just offsides nowadays.
Yeah.
In the old days, it would have been called encroachment on the defensive line, but nonetheless, it'll be 5 yards free for the Vermillion Tanagers and make it third down and 3 upcoming.
Well, or the complicated one in the pros, neutral zone infraction.
Yes.
I'm going, well, okay.
He was offsides.
Yeah, he was just offside. Yeah.
That's all
he lined up offside or something like that.
Nonetheless, it moves it all the way up to the 10, where it's third down and 2 for the Vermillion Tanagers. They need to pick up a big first down here to keep this drive moving. They're going to hand it off to Chapman, and he bullies his way to the 12. That's going to be enough for a first down. It's the first down of the season for the Vermillion Tanagers, courtesy of the offense. Their other first down came via the penalty, so first down and 10 for the Vermillion Tanagers.
That's right.
Joe was going to get you on that.
Oh, he was ready.
I was ready, but I thought, no, that was the great run that Christopherson had, but it ended up being third down and 5 back in the first quarter.
Yeah, it took that big hip check, get a good hip pointer from that, but he's still out there and moving just fine. First down and 10. Ball spotted at the 14-yard line. Christopherson back to pass, finds his wide receiver open at the 20 and spun down to the 23-yard line. A nice pitch and catch of 8 yards brings up second down and 2.
Great catch by Nolan Nygren that time. Yeah, you just have to be patient and let and take what the defense gives you that time. And now you want to talk about run stopper, Cole. Journey, Noisy Hawk Ellis, 6'3", 310 pounds, out of the game, probably for a rest.
Opportunity is what Joe is saying to run it up the middle, if you will. We'll see if Christopherson notices, as this time he's going to come underneath center on second down and short. They're going to hand it off to Chapman. And how about this pickup by Joe Van Gore? The insight to Noah Noseguard was out. Joe Van Gore is relaying plays down to Gary Culver on the sidelines.
Well, I talked to Culv before the game. He's not the, well, yeah, he's run the offense before and everything, but that was when they only passed once on homecoming and twice on parents' night, and back in the 90s.
Ball will be spotted at the 31-yard line. It's the second first down on this drive, 9:16, as we have a quick stoppage in play by the officials. Now they whistle things to move along again. So again, Vermillion, first down 10 at the 31. This drive originally started at the 2-yard line for the Vermillion Tanagers. Christopherson goes underneath center once again, and before they're able to get the play underway, a penalty flag comes in and stops the progress.
Well, you're going to have this in the first game. It's all about timing. Sometimes when you don't have, a guy, a quarterback and a center, that haven't had that much chance to work together, more than 2 weeks or something. You're going to have timing issues, and all these penalties are going to be allowed up to a point.
6 penalties, 47 yards against the Vermillion Tanagers so far this evening. We're not even halfway through the second quarter, 8:45. There's a lot of movement once again. It looks like the Lennox Orioles are going to give it right back to the Vermillion Tanagers. And if you're curious, fans at home, how about the third penalty on the Lennox Orioles? They have been flagged for 25 yards this evening.
Again, like Joe said, typical week 1 stuff. You're antsy to get out here. You're the second game ever on the new Dakota Dome turf that looks much brighter than it did before. And, it's starting to grow on me a little bit. It's kind of hard to see those numbers down there from the bright turf, but, you get used to it after a while.
Cole Large found himself here last night enjoying some USD football as they put up 45 unanswered points against Northern State onto a 45-3 victory. Back in action here. How about this to Connor Peterson up to the 50-yard line. A pickup of 20 yards for the first down.
Yep, Boston Castor with the stop, but the first big chunk play for the Tanagers, and now you're giving Lennox something to think about, other than trying the middle where they haven't really been successful, or trying to get to the edge where they haven't really been successful.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You're kind of working them, and eventually you have to start going downfield a little more, 10, 15, 20 yards a pop. Perfect route right there.
And now a handoff to Chapman as he finds some space up to the 30, the 20, and ushered out of bounds at the 15-yard line. A pickup of 35 yards unofficially, and it's inside the red zone for the first time tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers.
And folks, this drive started at the 2-yard line after a turnover. So what kind of confidence does that say? If they could get something here, you need 6. You just can't rely on field goals or something like that down here. You have to get 6 against this team.
Yes, they do say it is a pickup of 35 yards, so 39 rushing yards tonight for Chapman, as inside the red zone for the first time this evening for the Vermillion Tanagers, trailing 12-0, 7:52 second quarter. Christofferson will go underneath center once again. He is going to hand it off to Chapman, who's a little tired but keeps his head moving forward and his body low, and it's going to be a pickup of 2 yards. Coach Culver is upset about something down on the sidelines. It looks like he's yelling even at one of his coaches. He's put the headset up and down several times. He is frustrated. Probably a little upset at his offensive line. He wants to pick up more yards. Only picked up 1 on that carry there. 7 carries for 40 yards this evening for Chapman. 7:15 second quarter. Shotgun formation for Christofferson. Going to hand it off once again to Chapman and picks up another yard, and he'll bring up now 3rd down and 8. Cole, we know Vermillion, they have over 40 guys out for soccer, but the kicking game when it comes to the Tanager football team, maybe not up to par to what we see on the soccer field.
Yeah, you never quite know what you're going to expect. You sometimes see that with these smaller roster sizes. A lot of time you don't have a designated kicker out there anyway, so I'd say this is 4-down territory for the Tanagers.
In complete defense, I was also a soccer player. No, I did not kick. I cannot kick a football that well, so no offense to any soccer players out there. I understand. Back to pass, Christofferson. He's going to try to get it to Nolan Nygren. It's going to be blocked away, and he'll bring up now 4th down.
Well, Lennox is going to take a timeout. And, interesting.
This timeout is brought to you by Grossenberg Implement. At Grossenberg, you'll find new and used equipment like combines, tractors, planters, and more. They also carry a wide assortment of equipment parts to help you make the quick fixes to get you back to work without skipping a beat at Grossenberg Implement in Beersford. So again, timeout by the Lennox Orioles. Fans, don't forget there at the bottom of the screen as well, you can see the ticker tick across with all these scores from across the state of South Dakota. Cole, what else is happening more specifically in Class 11A?
Yeah, right now in 11A, we're just getting out of halftime. Rapid City Christian leads number 1 Canton 10-7. Start of the 3rd quarter there. Madison leads Bellefouche 28-0. Dakota Valley 8, Del Rapids 0. That one's right before halftime. West Central 7, Sioux Falls Christian 6. That's also right before halftime. And Millbank leads Lakota Tech 35-0.
We'll play Lakota Tech coming up next week in Pine Ridge. So we'll get you more scores at halftime. But let's get you back to action here with 6:26 remaining in the quarter. On 4th down and 8, Vermillion's going to go for it. 2 wide receivers split to the left, and they were trying to get someone to jump off sides. Pass over the middle, and it's going to be low, incomplete. As they tried to connect at that time to Landon Cerny, couldn't quite do so, and it will be a turnover on downs for the Vermillion Tanagers after a drive that started at the 2-yard line, got all the way down to the 13, but in the end come away with nothing.
But, you know, you have to give a tip of the cat to the aggressiveness of Vermillion there. You kind of had to go for their 4th and 7. Like you said, never been really a team that, you know, lines up and starts kicking field goals out of the blue.
Is going to roll out and finds Mickelson wide open. Mickelson up to the 50, sheds 1 tackle, and the whoopee tackler catches back up and wrestles him down to the 45-yard line. A big pickup there for the Lennox Orioles and into plus territory as they cross over the 50-yard line.
And that's one thing I was concerned about after this long Vermillion drive. You know, Vermillion playing more guys than Lennox does on both sides of the ball. Maybe a little bit tired after that long drive. Lennox again working quickly.
And it's been all Mickelson as they go right back to him, and this one will fall incomplete. As Mickelson has been the main target for Boston Katzer. It reminds you a lot of last year where Porter Eenan was the main target for Boston Katzer. You just remember, toss it up there to Eenan, and his 6'8" frame would just go pull it down from heaven, and made it look good last year before he picked up an injury halfway through the season. And this one, a slant route around the numbers, picks up 13 yards. And a 1st down, as that time they found Leighton Smith.
Yeah, Lennox moving so fast that Vermillion hadn't even completed their defensive substitutions yet. And so nobody was in set, and now here we go, another play.
Pump fake one way. Katzer keeping his eyes downfield, and now he'll just take off, which usually he doesn't do. He's trying to stay with his eyes downfield as long as he possibly can. He wants the throw, but in the end, the broken play will still pick up 4 yards and bring up 2nd down and 6. By the way, that's the first rushing yards, including in sack there, that we see for Boston Katzer in the ball game. They're going to go back to the run game this time as it's spun down at the 25-yard line. This time the carry was Ramsey Williams, the junior running back.
Yep, 5:23 left in the half. Lennox leads 12-0. Yeah, they're going to run no huddle, but then again, they're just going to kind of use up some clock too.
2 wide receivers set to either side. They want to go out of the backfield to Ramsey, and falls incomplete. Joe, a big opportunity here now on 4th down. You have a feeling that Lennox is going to go for it when they stand right now at the 25-yard line.
Yep, it stops the clock with 5:08 left to go in the half. But I wouldn't be too surprised about an edge play here to try to get the 1st down.
2 wide receivers to the near side. Boston stands at the 30-yard line. They fake the handoff, the rollout, keeping his eyes downfield, over to the far hashes, and it's bobbled and dropped by Mickelson. Had it in the catcher's mitt, and it butterfingered its way out of there, falls incomplete, and it'll be a turnover on down.
Well, Vermillion now, Lennox has used a timeout. Tanagers have 3. The way they moved the ball the last time, boy, I tell you what, a score. And then they will have to kick it off to start the 3rd quarter. But a score before halftime would be huge for this team and their confidence.
I just realized I never changed over pen color for the 2nd quarter. Now my stats are completely all wonky. We're going to have to fix that at halftime. And now we're going to see a timeout for Vermillion. We'll be back in 30 seconds here on Live Ticket TV.
Is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dogs. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
On Monday, back to the Vermillion Booster Club press box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
It's the new wave that kids listen to, Cole. Intro music back. Sounds like maybe something I might have in a little bit of the warm-up, stretching for the gym every morning. Back in action here, pass over the middle, completed up to the 40-yard line and wrestled down to the 42, as that's a pickup. 17 yards as they find Landon Cerny for the first time here in the ball game on the completion.
Well, now you're seeing the quarterback and the receivers getting some timing down. And now Lennox a little bit back on their heels because of it. But the key is to hold your blocks for just that 1/2 or 1 second to try to get the ball off.
4:35, second quarter. Lennox leads it 12-0 over the Vermillion Tanagers. We have not seen any points yet in this second quarter. And they're going to hand it off to Chapman on the delayed handoff, and it does not really work that time as it picks up maybe a yard or so. Second down and 9 upcoming.
Well, I think that was a good timeout by Coach O'Boyle. Give the guys a rest. I mean, how many between offense and defense, play both ways for the Tanagers? If we were playing outside, we'd have that heat timeout stuff.
Yep.
But not in the dome with a little air conditioning. But that was a good timeout to kind of get some water in these guys and to refresh and get recharged.
As I say, it's always sunny and 72 inside the Dakota Dome. 2 wide receivers to the far side, 1 at the numbers on the near side. Christopherson back underneath center once again as he now looks to this near side, and right there with the completion, falling out of bounds, is Connor Peterson. And Cole, Peterson has done a great job of making tough catches so far this evening.
Yeah, had to start calling him Tony Toe Tap, as that's what they used to call Antonio Brown, is just watching that back on that replay. Really good job keeping his feet in bounds as he's getting pushed out of bounds during the catch.
Well, not to belabor the point, you say it's sunny and 72. Well, since they put the permanent roof on, it's been steely skies and 72.
First down and 10, shotgun formation for Hayden Christopherson. Claps his hands together, takes the high snap, looking downfield. We'll go over the middle to Peterson this time. It's a little bit behind and will fall incomplete. Yes, that's right, Joe Van Gore, long time in the business of radio, has semi-retired, has now joined us here at Live Ticket TV. Going to cover plenty of high school sports here in the southeast portion of the state throughout the rest of, well, Joe, what, you got 40, 50 years on you?
Well, 48 years plus 3 months in radio. That's kind of come to a halt right now, but 41st season of covering high school sports.
Second down and 10. So we're watching some interesting scores across the state of South Dakota, and this time they're going to go right underneath center. Now, great push, but if you missed it, fans, the football was fumbled by Hayden Christopherson. In the end, it was fallen back on there by Beal, the sophomore. So it actually resulted in just getting back to the line of scrimmage. No play there, really, and brings up third down and 10. It was a good push, though, initially by the offensive line, but Hayden Christopherson just couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, we always had one of those design plays my junior and senior year, actually, where he'd basically just take the snap, the quarterback would wait a second, and all of us linemen would just form what we called a wedge and just push as far forward as we could before tripping over each other.
Good old 9-man football, yeah.
Shotgun formation on 3rd down and 10 for Christopherson. Back to pass, looking to the left side, and it's going to be completed. It's not going to be enough, though. Oh, wow.
They didn't give him a good spot.
No, I was just, thank you, Joe. I absolutely agree with you. Wow. I'd say, what, 4th down and 1, wouldn't you think?
Oh, far side official gave him a more generous spot there.
There's the spot right there. I mean, he had to come back for the ball, and it cost him yardage, but it looks better than it did. It's at the 37. I thought they were going to mark it at the 39.
Yeah, they're going to move it all the way to make it 4th down and 1, and I think that's all of us ooh and and up here. Okay, where should that be spotted at? And again, they put it down at the 37-yard line where I thought it should be at. So again, nice job there by the officials to get together and make it correct. But still, it is 4th down. Vermillion needs to pick up a 1st down. They come out of the huddle quickly, and then there's a penalty flag from the back judge, which usually indicates a delay of game. But in the end, no penalty. There is going to be a timeout called by Coach Tom O'Boyle. I think he wanted to go quick, see what Lennox's hand was, and then wanted to bring his chips back in and reset. Cole on 4th down and 1 with 1:44 remaining in this first half. What are you doing if you're head coach Tom O'Boyle?
Well, what I would say is run the play that they did on that 2nd down, but I think Lennox is going to have that sniffed out. They're going to bring in their big run stoppers. I think you're looking at maybe a quick slant from the wide side, try to get him in space, maybe just like a 2-yard slant, maybe a 5-yard curl if you're going to pass. I don't think you can get anything up the middle unless the quarterback sneaks, so if you're going to see a run, I think you're going to see like an outside zone type of play.
Coming up at halftime, we'll take a look at scores from across the state of South Dakota. We'll also let you know everything that's going on here with Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV, as we're now in 95 schools across the state of South Dakota. It seems like we are everywhere, and there's plenty of high school sports going on across the Live Ticket TV network. We'll have all that coming up here at halftime. Clap the hands together. It's going to be a formation shift for the Vermillion Tanagers on 4th down and 1. They need to get to the 36. It's the quick pass, and wide open was Nolan Nygren. And put a star next to that one if you're the Lennox defense, never to let that happen on a short play again defensively, to not let that happen. But a nice 1st down for the Vermillion Tanagers.
Yeah, now they kind of have to get moving a little bit. They got 29 yards to go, just a minute and a half left in this first half.
84 yards passing tonight for Hayden Christopherson. Ball is at the 29-yard line. 1st down and 10, as Cole mentioned. Down to a minute 15 left to play in this first half. It's completed to Nygren again. It's a completion of 7 yards, but the clock will continue to move.
And the Tanagers with only 1 timeout left, so yeah, you got to kind of press the issue here a little bit.
And Vermillion is still making subs in and out right now that do bring in the play. So all this does is delay precious time as we look at the clock. 2 wide receivers to the far side, 1 the hashes near side. Christopherson takes the delayed snap. He looks over across the middle. It's going to be completed to Peterson, and they want a pass interference. Nice completion there to Peterson, and it will bring up 1st down and goal for the Vermillion Tanagers. A completion of 15 yards that time to Connor Peterson, and again, we're just at the moment delaying the inevitable. The officials are getting together. Clock has stopped at 40 seconds remaining in this first half.
Well, the thing is, I think they are going to decline it, so the clock is going to run once they're ready, so they got to get up there and go. I think if they would have accepted it there, probably would have lost about 3 yards, but the clock wouldn't have run.
So it will be spotted at the 9-yard line, 1st down and goal. The clock does not go until the official signals ready play. They do it and finally set and ready to go. Down to 35 seconds. Christopherson First down and goal, shotgun formation standing at the 15-yard line. Claps his hands together. Is going to look to the far side, completed at the 8-yard line. It's going to be a pickup of just that yard to Nolan Nygren, and there is the final timeout from head coach Tom O'Boyle for the Vermillion Tanagers with 22 seconds remaining in this first half. Joe, it has to be just shots to the end zone, it feels like, at this point. Or if you're Tom O'Boyle, 2-3 plays loaded up, and here we go.
Well, that's a logical assumption there. But I would think that, we've talked about wide receiver screens, bubble screens, trying to get to the edge and stuff like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I really haven't seen a lot of play action, but that's the result, though, of being in the shotgun and having a back, behind you. It's awful easy for the defense to read that, but getting under center and then doing, play action kind of freezes not only the line but the linebackers a little bit, and it probably, can cause one-on-one situations. I don't really believe we've seen a lot of play action, but then again, that's the result of how the Tanagers run their offense.
Certainly so, and you're right, Joe. We have not seen any play action yet here in the ball game, at least from the Vermillion Tanagers. We have seen it plenty from the Lennox Orioles.
Right.
Tom O'Boyle again used his last timeout with 22 seconds remaining in this first half. Lennox leads 12-0. It's second and goal, ball at the 8-yard line. Hayden Christopherson is in shotgun formation, standing at his 14. Looks to pass over to the near side. He has pressure. He's trying to get away from the defender, spun around, and is just going to throw it quick, and it will fall incomplete. They're saying there is a wide receiver in the intended area, so there will be no penalty. No, now they do say intentional grounding.
Wow, really?
It looked like he was outside of the tackle box and had a wide receiver in the intended area, but also has to, I believe, get to the line of scrimmage, and it did not. We got nowhere close there. So it's going to be not only a loss of 15 yards, but also a loss of down. So now going to bring up third down and goal for the Vermillion Tanagers, as this one is a big penalty, moving it all the way back to the 26. I apologize, it's not a 15-yard penalty. It's one of the rare spot penalties in high school football.
It's a spot penalty plus 5 yards and loss of down, but now you've got 2 downs to go, 26 yards with only 14 seconds left to go in the half.
So a big spot here now for the Vermillion Tanagers. It looks like they might strike right before halftime. Now find themselves in a big hole with 14 seconds. And again, a completion. You almost need the touchdown here on this play. And they got Cerny open at the 5, but he's going to be knocked down at the 2. Vermillion is going to have to go close.
Can't spike it, though. It's fourth down.
They got a clock. Yeah, they can't.
The officials have to set the ball before they can go with it.
And Lennox takes a timeout. Interesting. Wow. Because that gives the Tanagers a chance to set up a play. Wow. But then again, I can see it because their defense wasn't set. But you're right. In the confusion of everything like that, or the chaos of it all, you couldn't. Yeah, you're right. You couldn't spike it. Because then that would have been the end of the half or a change of possession.
The officials are conferring right now. 6, 5, 4, 3. The half might be over depending on what the officials say because the clock did stop there.
That was my confusion as well. Why did the clock stop? Because I did say there during the broadcast they're spotting the ball, but you don't stop the clock to spot the ball. Now, this might be some home cooking inside the dome when the clock stopped, but it certainly shouldn't have.
I don't think there's any discussion. Tanagers have it, 4th and goal inside the 2.
Huh.
Interesting. Isn't that that's interesting. But gosh, you got to get something here.
A big moment here for the Vermillion Tanagers as they're gifted time on the clock and a timeout from the Lennox Orioles. Two wide receivers split to the far side. Hayden Christopherson will go underneath center. Takes the snap. They're going to hand it off to Chapman, who tries to bully his way in. Stretches, touchdown, Vermillion. The first touchdown of this young season. And the Tanagers are on the board 12-6 here inside the Dakota Dome.
You can tell, guys, this team was gaining confidence. The first 2 or 3 series that they had, they just couldn't get anything going. But like I said, spreading Lennox's defense out a little bit, you saw more and more confidence. And how huge is this? They'll kick for the extra point.
So excited there on that instant replay. I saw Cameron lose his mouthpiece at one point. Why not be excited? The first points for the Vermillion offense this season. Raleigh French comes on to kick the extra point. It is up and it is good. 12-7 with 3 seconds before halftime. We'll keep it right here as that touchdown is brought to you by Nutrient Ag Solutions. They provide full acre solutions through a network of trusted crop consultants. They help the growers achieve the highest yields with the most suitable solutions possible, offering a wide selection of products at Nutrient Ag Solutions. Cool? Great to get on the scoreboard right before halftime.
Absolutely. I mean, you kind of think of it, and that first drive probably lost a little bit of confidence there. You hit that long drive and then can't get anything out of it. And you get that second long, you get that turnover on downs, and you get that second long drive again. You just keep going and going and going and finally get on the board. And, unfortunately against this good Lennox team, you got to get on the board again against them so you can give yourself a chance to win, as it is 12-7 right now. But just a really good set of drives here in the second quarter. It's almost like we've seen 2 different teams here in the first and second quarters from the Vermillion Tanagers.
As you mentioned, Vermillion, great job in that second quarter, really coming together as a coaching staff as well to make those corrections and get things moving for their team in the second quarter. They trail now by 5, and at this moment, we're really just going to kick it off. Raleigh doesn't have the biggest leg in the world, so I can't imagine it's going to be a touchback, and the final 3 seconds will tick away to end the first half. So puts a boot into this one, as I mentioned, only goes to about the 17-yard line, but Gertis, he's going to try to find some space along the far side, and he has it. Gertis still on his feet, up to the 40, still on his feet. Peterson gets by 2 tacklers, and Tate Gertis is going to take it 83 yards to end the half for the Lennox Orioles. And just when Vermillion thought they grabbed momentum, Lennox rips it right back right before half. The buzzer even went off during that return. Tate Gertis, 83 yards to the house.
That was the one thing that if you're a Vermillion player, coach, or fan, that could not happen there on that kickoff return. They even had a little bit of a squib on it just to try and prevent it, and he just went from the far left side of the field, went to that far sideline, and just got some space.
Tate Gertis, a very, very talented athlete. He shows you why there. And a big touchdown by the Lennox Orioles to answer right before halftime. Tate Gertis, also his second touchdown of the evening. 1 rushing, including 6 carries for 40 yards. But that one even more impressive. Again, an 83-yard kickoff return for the Lennox Orioles as there is 000 on the board. We did see Lennox call a timeout for this 2-point conversion.
Well, because they are 0 for 2.
They are?
On their 2-point conversions so far.
Yeah.
And they're not doing the, what'd you call it before?
The swinging gate.
There we go. That's what I couldn't think of the name.
We call it Tennessee back in my day. This is not the swinging gate or Tennessee formation. This time it will just be underneath center. And Boston Katzer's going to keep it himself. Oh, he got ripped down. I don't know if he got there, but there is a penalty flag that came in as well. So it looks like he was short
Might be a holding.
We have to wait for the official and what the penalty is. The tackle was high. I don't think it was horse collar. They're going to say it's against the Lennox Orioles.
Untimed down.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
but can't you say, well, if you accept the penalty, did he get in? If you don't accept the penalty, the question is, did he get in?
Yeah.
Obviously he did.
So they're going to have to redo the 2-point conversion. So Lennox has not done a 2-point conversion without a penalty. Just move them back to the 14 every single time, and it will work out. They find Mickelson on the 14-yard completion that results in 2 points. 2-point conversions. Sean Flanagan, work on. That's what he's going to put in his notes. It has been confusing for his team.
What's disheartening, guys, is that Lennox gets that kickoff return, with no time remaining. They get the ball to start the third quarter. So talk about a little juice.
Tom O'Boyle has his troops gathered together before they hit the locker room to discuss further. But with 3 seconds left in this first half, it looked like it was going to be 12-7 going into halftime. But Mr. Gertis on the Lennox Orioles had something to say about it. Takes it 83 yards on the kickoff return. 2-point conversion is good. Lennox leads 20-7 as we head to halftime. We're back in a moment on Live Ticket TV.
Second, all of Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations will be closed in observance of Labor Day. This is so all of their employees can spend time with their families. If you're looking for equipment, look no further than Grossenberg Implement. They have new and used equipment to help you get the job done. Go online at grossenberg.com to see the entire lineup. Remember, Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming will be closed on Labor Day.
Since 1966, Louis Cleaning and Restoration has served the Vermillion and Southeast South Dakota area with high-quality work and even higher-quality customer service. At Vermillion's oldest cleaning and restoration company, they pride themselves on providing the best service with friendly, knowledgeable staff. They specialize in cleaning, offering extensive cleaning services with high-powered equipment at an affordable price. Check out their website for a full list of services they offer. And next time you need it clean, call Louis Cleaning and Restoration.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call, and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
What's your big picture?
To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
To start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank and Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank and Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Inside the Dakota Dome, along with Cole Larsh and Joe Van Gore. It's great to have you here on Live Ticket TV, your home for high school sports across the state of South Dakota. There's a lot of fun games that are going on, including here at the Dakota Dome. Lennox ripped out the hearts of the Vermillion faithful and, the players a little bit there. 12-7 with 3 seconds remaining before halftime. We were even saying, a simple kickoff here, tackle him, and it will be halftime. But Tate Gertis returns at 83 yards to the house. 2-point conversion is good. And it's 20-7 right now at halftime. The Lennox Orioles lead it over the Vermillion Tanagers. I find something interesting here. With this beautiful facility that you're able to use inside the Dakota Dome, head coach Tom O'Boyle says, no, we're not going to use it. He has kept his team out here. They have been huddled behind the goalpost on the far side, as you can kind of see it there on the screen. Cole, what do you think about the decision here from Tom O'Boyle not to maybe enjoy the luxuries of the dome and make his guys stay focused out here on the new turf?
Well, this might be, I can't say for sure, but this might be a decision based on if this was a 12-7 game, they might be in the locker room. But now it's a 27 game, maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe this was planned the whole time. I know we never had the luxury of getting a locker room at halftime, no matter how hot or cold it was. We may be able to find a little equipment shed that can fit 10 of us in there, but we always just, every game set out by the goalposts, halftime, post game.
I will say, in my days, playing at home, we did have a little shed to sit in, and the first 5 minutes on a cold night were great, and then after that, everyone was trying to get out of there because so much body heat in that little tiny area was not comfortable. Also, playing in 11A football, our shed was not insulated enough, so you could hear the other teams.
Ours wasn't either.
You could hear the other team's game plan across the There was just a small little section that separated, and coaches would scream loud enough that you could usually hear what was going on. Speaking of what's going on, let's take a look at the first half statistics. First off, beginning with the Vermillion Tanagers, Hayden Christopherson in the passing game. He has actually completed a lot of passes. It may not seem like it, but he's 11 of 14 in the ball game for 107 yards this evening. Again, it's been a lot more dink and dive passes, if you will. The biggest completion for the Vermillion Tanagers was just of 21 yards. And the rushing attack, Chapman has 10 carries for 44 yards, including a 35-yard carry earlier. In total, 44 rushing yards for the Vermillion Tanagers. In the passing game for the Lennox Orioles, Boston Katzer is 7 of 12 for 105 yards and a touchdown and interception in the ball game. Tate Gertis does have 6 carries on 40 yards. Also, Boston Katzer has 1 carry for 4 yards. In total, 46 rushing yards for the Lennox Orioles. You take away that 83-yard kickoff return, and Joe, you look at the stats, they're very similar across the board for both the Lennox Orioles and the Vermillion Tanagers, and we saw that kind of a change from first quarter to second quarter with both offenses.
No doubt that Vermillion was trying to establish something in the middle, but not having much success with it. And even trying some edge plays, we're not having much success. But once they got Lennox, the Tanagers got in the rhythm offensively by spreading them out and having some success in the passing game. The thing is, Lennox has been consistent, in the red zone and everything like that. But gosh, that kickoff return to end a half, it's not a killer, but it's something that will happen in these kind of games where, you know, you could practice special teams all you want, but it's all about, you know, where you're put at and what's your assignment and everything like that. And boy, what a, you know, when you have an athlete like Gertis running that back, it didn't surprise me, you know, how that got set up. But the Tanagers did miss some tackles on that. Otherwise, we'd be looking at 12-7, but now 20-7 with Lennox getting the ball to start the third quarter. It'll be interesting to see how the Tanagers respond.
Our halftime show is brought to you by Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment. They offer the customers the highest quality ready mix and equipment, concrete products, and aggregate line, along with the service that is expected. They can customize mix designs to fit your company needs, and of course have the great selection of equipment to rent or purchase as well. And again, fans, if you do not know, he's going to hate me for saying this, but wish Dave Hertz a happy birthday for me today. And I know he's already like, don't say that, Heath. I don't want people to know how old I am. Don't worry, Dave. We won't say any more. Cole is itching. He's chomping at the bit right now. He's getting all the information. Bulldog, we're going to keep you on the leash. We're going to take a timeout break. When we come back, Cole Larish will have your scores, some interesting ones across the state of South Dakota. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
This time of year, the great outdoors are at their greatest. When you get out of the house and into the wilderness, make sure to stop by Cenex along the way. It's the perfect spot to prep for your camping trips, weekend hikes, or even simple joy rides with the windows down and the wind in your hair. Cenex is here to help you get closer to nature, and there's no better time of year to do it than right now. Out and about, powered locally at Cenex.
Out here, you learn that to keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masaba.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
The halftime show is brought to you by Louis Cleaning. They specialize in cleaning many types of carpets, offering extensive cleaning services with high-powered equipment at affordable prices. Fans, don't forget, if you would also like to advertise here on Live Ticket TV, you can get a hold of me today, Heath Nimke, and we can get you set up on the right advertising plan to get you set up, whether it's Vermillion Tanagers or across the state of South Dakota. We have you covered. Partnered with 95 schools across the state of South Dakota. Let's get you set up today. The Bulldog, he's been chomping at the bit. He's ready to go with your scores from across the state of South Dakota. As he adjusts his throat, adjusts his shirt. Cole, give it to us. What do we have from across the state of South Dakota when it comes to high school scores?
First, we're going to start with the Class 11A. Then I'll work from the smallest classes to the largest classes. The game is final. Madison did defeat Belle-Fourche 41-6. Upset alert, Rapid City Christian leads Canton 10-7. 7 minutes left to go in the ball game there. At halftime, number 2, Sioux Falls Christian leads number 4, West Central 22-13. Halftime, Dakota Valley leads number 2, Del Rapids 16-0. And at halftime, Custer leads Tri-Valley 13-6. And we move down to 9B, some ranked games and some games from around the area. Avon and Del Rapids St. Mary with convincing wins there in 9B. Corsica Stickney leads Scotland Menno 14-8 end of the first half there. Coleman Egan and number 5 Canastota tied at 6 at the end of the first half. Then we'll move up to 9A as we've seen 2 games go final, including an 80-26 victory for Dupree over North Central, and then a 7-0 final as Chester beats Castlewood 7-0. A local game with 1 minute to go in halftime. Alcester Hudson leads Centerville 40-22. Wall leading Harding County Bison at the end of the first half 28-8 in a ranked matchup there. Number 4 Woolsey Wessington taking care of business against Dubrook area. Kadoka leads Lyman 38-14. That is at the end of the half. Howard up by 35 at halftime, and Warner up big at halftime there as well. As we move up to 9AA, a big game of interest, the 2 versus 4 matchup. Number 2 Hamlin takes care of number 4 Hanson 44-6. That one went final there. At halftime, number 1 Parkston leads Stanley County 48-0. Again, 9AA Scotland Menno is trailing number 3 Corsica Stickney there from 9B 14-8. Freeman Marion Freeman Academy is up 14-13 over Bonham. And Elkton Lake Benton leads number 5 Viborg Hurley 26-6 there in 9AA. Trip Delmont Armor ACDC leads Gregory 40-7. We move up to the 11B ranks. Receiving votes, Mount Vernon Plankington leads St. Thomas More 36-30. 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter there.
Shout out also to your brother for getting a blocked punt in that game.
Blocked a punt and forced a safety on that same punt, so shout out my brother Jack Larsch.
Oh, what a guy.
Wow. It's going to be kind of tough at Christmas with little John going on, right?
Yeah, it will be. That's more than I ever did. I just snapped the ball and got a couple tackles. Number 1 Winner leads number 5 Wagner 16-6. That one is at halftime there. Flandreau leads Baltic at the half 28-6. McCook Central Montrose over Webster area 26-0. They're halfway through the third. And Beersford leads Parker 28-6. That is at the start of the third quarter. We already said 11A as I check on the Rapid City Canton score. Rapid City Christian with 5 minutes to go in the game leads Canton now 16-14 in that ball game. That is the only new updated score. As we move to the 11AA rank, Yankton leads Huron 53-0 at the half. T-Area over Spearfish at half 22-20. Brookings over Sturgis Brown at the half 24-0. And the other score, Mitchell taking care of Douglas there at the end of the first half. As we move up to 11 AAA, 1 game final and only one other game going on. Sioux Falls Roosevelt squeaks by Rapid City Central 21-19, and number 2 Sioux Falls Lincoln taking care of Rapid City Stevens. That is 42-0 at the end of the first half. That is a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota. As always, you can see them on the bottom part of your screen as we partner with SD's score feed. You can see it on all of our live ticket TV streams. Those will be constantly updated throughout the day as soon as they get inputted into this fancy little app, which, by the way, I love.
The scores from across the state of South Dakota have been brought to you by Dakota PC Warehouse. They specialize in sales of quality products that feature and fit each individual or company's needs. They have a full-time service department to also help with repair and service your desktop, laptop, tablet, or phone. They also provide TV repair. That's Dakota PC Warehouse in Vermillion. By the way, for Christmas, Jack is getting no-show socks to fix his tan line when it comes to his feet. It was god-awful this summer. Along with Cole Larsch, Joe Van Gore, I'm Heath Nimke. Joe, before you take that sip of water, any big score that surprises you from across the state of South Dakota?
I would say in 11AA, T area is now, well, they've been 11AA the last couple years. They should have been 11AA in everything a couple years ago, but there was, I think they fell just short of the line as far as enrollment, but that's another story.
Yeah, we'll avoid that one, especially on the basketball
we'll
side.
avoid that one, yes. Anyway, no, I think, T area has been a great program for the last few years. And, of course, in another radio and stream life, I did Yankton High School. Yankton had great battles with T area last year. I mean, is it coming to the point now where, you're going into that cycle, you have 2 or 3 great classes, all playing at the same time? This thing's kind of cycling out. Really, anything West River in 11AA with, Spearfish, Sturgis, and Douglas and the like, they're trying. but still the eastern part of the state. And, it doesn't surprise me that Yankton leads Huron, but not the score. I can remember they had a 50-point game one week. Then they played Huron at home in the first round of the playoffs and only won 17-0. So, there's a couple things that kind of stand out. But it is the first night. I mean, you're not going to, your season isn't over after 1 week. But there is a half here to go, and the Tanagers need to respond.
Halftime was brought to you by Leo's Sports Bar. Daily happy hours begin at 3 and always have the games on no matter what team in red is playing. If you can't make it to the Tanager games, make Leo's your home. Riley French has it teed up at the 40-yard line. Last time he kicked it off, we saw Gertis take it 83 yards to the house. They're going to try
an onside kick.
Maybe we should have done that when we went to halftime.
Or squibbed it on the ground.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was an onside kick necessarily the best that French was looking for, but again goes out of bounds. They'll march off the penalty yardage as well, which is 5 yards. So we'll move it to the other side of 50. And basically Lennox, an 8-yard kick, if you will, takes over at the 48-yard line. We're underway to begin the second half, where the Lennox Orioles lead it by 13. Katzer has some pressure, but it's going to roll out like he has all game long. There is going to be a holding penalty as Boston is ushered out of bounds at about the 44-yard line. But again, a holding penalty will bring it back. Vermillion defensive line clapping their hands together. They heard what the call is going to be against. So again, it will move it past the original line of scrimmage and bring up, it should be about first down and looking at about 14 or so for the Lennox Orioles as they march off the yards. They're going to place it back a little bit closer and bring it all the way to the 42. So a 10-yard penalty brings to the 42-yard line, so first down and 20 for the Lennox Orioles. Two wide receivers to either side, shotgun formation for Boston Katzer, and this time he's going to be wrapped up and taken down on the sack. First sack for the Vermillion defense of the football game.
Yeah, and they got pretty lucky there because if Katzer was able to get that ball off, it was 9 Lennox Oriole offensive players, 9 blockers with the running back against about 4 Vermillion defenders.
So now we'll bring up second down and a country mile trying to get it past the silo on the farm.
29.
Two wide receivers to the far side. They look to Mickelson on the near side, but it's going to be deflected away. Nice job there by the defensive back, Trinquilin Thomas, to deflect it away and now bring up third down and Cole.
29.
Yeah, third down and probably to Leo's. Nice tie-in with the advertiser.
That's
right?
absolutely right.
Yeah, there you go.
We thank Leo's for joining the broadcast this season. Made that agreement just the other day, and of course you can too, Tanager fans. Get a hold of me today. We'll make that happen. So on third down, they're going to look to the near side, and it's Mickelson once again. Is it going to be enough up to the 40? It will not be. He will get 27 of the 29, and it will bring up, though, a very manageable fourth down and 2 for the Lennox Orioles.
Yeah, no question in their mind here. I think they're going for this thing no matter what.
132 yards in the passing game today for Boston. Now they're going to hand it off and plenty of space for Gertis as he picks up 5 yards, but more importantly, first down for the Lennox Orioles.
And just exactly the opposite of what you needed right there from Vermillion's defense. Third down and 29, and just a really good play by Lennox to get 27 yards.
Now they're going to hand it back off to Gertis. He's got plenty of new turf in front of him, and he's pinned down at the 25, a pickup of 10 yards. Don't know if it was quite enough for a first down. They're going to say no. He's a yard short, so pickup of 9 yards, second down and 1. 54 yards carrying, and now Tate Gertis is going to take it to the house. As I was writing down my stat, he will take it to the house, 31 yards, back-to-back touchdowns for Tate Gertis, and the Lennox Orioles now lead it 26-7.
Yeah, I'm sure frustrating for the Tanager coaching staff when you have a 2-touchdown swing like that.
And just 91 seconds, the Lennox Orioles strike out of halftime. 2-point conversion is unsuccessful, but the Orioles, after a 31-yard touchdown carry by Tate Gertis, for him here in the ball game, 9 carries for 85 yards, 2 touchdowns, also has an 83-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, 26-7. We're back in a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
26-7. Takes Lennox Orioles just 91 seconds to start this second half to extend their lead, now by 19. So on the kickoff return, Pearson trying to find some space, and he's cut down at the 33-yard line. So Joe Van Gore, right before halftime, we saw the offense move nicely for the Vermillion Tanagers with a mixture of run and pass. They're going to need that again.
They're going to need to, maybe go outside the game plan. But what they had the success they did in the second quarter, as they quite frankly need an answer, and they need it on this drive.
So first down and 10, ball at the 34-yard line. Deuces split to either side, and now it will be 3 wide receivers on the near side with the shift. They're going to fake the handoff, and it's going to be Hayden Christopherson that will keep it. He finds some space along the near numbers and does a nice job of just running out of bounds, keep his body safe, and he gets up to the 48-yard line, a pickup of 15 yards and a first down.
And Tate Gertis is holding his right leg, folks, so we have an injury timeout with 10-11 left to go third quarter.
And you certainly hope it is a simple cramp. My goodness, Tate Gertis.
Well, that's not the way you would hold your leg if you were having a cramp. I don't know.
I was just thinking the same thing, Joe.
Yep, and Amy Richardson, who, celebrating 20 years as Vermillion High School's trainer, is out to help as well. Man,
oh man, you hope Tate is okay.
Well, he's going to be helped off. Oh, he is. Wow. Oh. Yeah, he is not putting any, he's being carried off the field.
Tate Gertis, an outstanding football player as we've seen tonight, accounting for 3 touchdowns here in the ball game. Also a phenomenal basketball player. Ask head coach Jay Drake what he thinks about Tate Gertis. Can't say enough great things about him. And again, Tate is putting no pressure right now on that right foot. It looks like it could be an apparent knee injury. We hope the best for Gertis and that maybe he can potentially carry on yet this season. Back into action here at the 10-11 mark of the third quarter, 26-7. Clap the hands together, Hayden Christopherson. It will be shift in motion with 3 wide receivers on the far side. And pass now over to Connor Pearson on a quick curl route. And Peterson is able to get upfield for 10 yards. And now some extra pushing and shoving.
Oh.
Head coach Tom O'Boyle is calling for a penalty flag and will now get one. The question is, though, who's it going to be on? Tom O'Boyle is trying to protect his guys.
Yeah, he's hot, but he needs to kind of back off a little bit. He came on the field. To some officials, that's a big no-no.
And he's saying he wants, it looks like maybe even someone ejected here at the moment. And now he is.
Now somebody has a cramp. Corbin Hanneman is now kind of walking gingerly.
Tom O'Boyle is in complete frustration here at the moment, as he is currently talking to the official who threw the penalty flag.
And then he picked it up.
Here we go. I think it's going to be a personal foul, against the Lennox Orioles. So in the end, it doesn't normally happen, but Tom O'Boyle wanted the personal foul, got it called his way. But as you mentioned, Joe, he was very exuberant on wanting the penalty, which could have got him in trouble as well.
Yeah.
But a 15-yard penalty will bring it now up to the 28-yard line for the Vermillion Tanagers. So first down and 10 for Vermillion. Is this offensive drive moving just like it was in the first half. Shotgun formation for Christofferson is going to hand it off, and they go underneath center for 2 yards, as the carry that time was by Beal. We have seen Beal out there as running back so far to start this second half. Didn't see any indication that Chapman was hurt. And this might just be trying something out, but Chapman in the first half did have himself a good first half, if you will. 10 carries for 44 yards and a touchdown. But again, Beal right now is getting his opportunity to carry the football as he remains out there at the running back position. 3 wide receivers to the far side. Shotgun formation with Beal back behind Christofferson. Back to pass is Hayden. He looks to the near side, and this one just beyond the reach of Peterson as it falls incomplete.
I do like how Vermillion's starting to get a little bit more aggressive, going more vertical with their offense. That one would have been a shot at the end zone if they could have completed it.
By the way, update at the moment, it looks like they are working on the ankle of Tate Gertis, as he has himself seated on the bleachers and medical trainers currently working on him. So again, hopefully he is okay, but it doesn't look like he'll be making any return soon for the Lennox Orioles. Deuces wild either side, and now again a shift in formation for the Vermillion Tanagers as they go heavy one side, it seems like, on every single play of this possession. Penalty flag came from the back official, which would indicate delay of game. It is the 8th penalty against the Vermillion Tanagers, resulting in a loss of 67 yards this evening, and it'll bring up now 3rd down and 15 for Vermillion.
Just like to announce, Mount Vernon Plankton Titans defeat St. Thomas More 36-30.
MVP now 2-0 on the season.
Dang right.
We'll tell Jack Larsh that we're proud of him, and we'll continue to keep an eye on him throughout the rest of the season, and he'll have socks coming for Christmas. 3 wide receivers to the far side, just like on the last play. We'll see if Vermillion doesn't just exactly call it they did before the penalty. Back to pass, Christofferson over the middle, finds his intended target open, and then it's going to be a late hit. In fact, they're going to call a targeting, as it was Caleb Lara who got his helmet and his bell wrong. Ooh. He does get up. So we see it back here on the instant replay. Very, very dangerous play, targeting against the Lennox Orioles. So again, Caleb did get up pretty quickly. He does have to come out for a play because of losing a helmet. But right now, he is on the sideline and he looks okay, which is positive for the Vermillion Tanagers. This penalty should also result in a 1st down.
Yeah.
As the officials sort it out, they have been extremely busy tonight, the officials have. But can't say one thing about the officials on. I know it's unfair the way this has been called. It has gone both ways so far tonight. In fact, 8 penalties against the Vermillion Tanagers, 6 tonight against the Lennox Orioles.
And with the exception of a couple 15-yarders, it's all been the 5-yard variety. But
65 against Lennox, 67 against Vermillion.
Yeah.
So again, very, very balanced from the officials. Great job by them this evening. Fake the handoff, play action, Joe, have you been calling for it? And then it's a pass behind the intended target there of Sean Doan and falls incomplete.
Well, the rush by Talon Ike of Lennox kind of disrupted the timing of that.
So now 2nd down and 10. Ball is inside the red zone here for the Vermillion Tanagers. It's spotted at the 18-yard line. Again, just got the first down after the targeting penalty. I do believe that we see Caleb back in the football game. Again, we've also seen Beal in at running back here in this second half as well, after we saw Chapman get all the carries in the first half. We haven't seen Beal carry it much as Christopherson's back to pass once again, pump faked, and now just tries to go out to Sean, and the pass is a little high. 3 straight incompletions all of a sudden for Hayden Christopherson. First time we've seen him do that this evening, and he'll bring up now 3rd down and 10. Christopherson will get the play in, as coming out late is Landon Cerny, the senior wide receiver. Vermillion has done a great job moving the football on this drive. Now they have to keep it alive in 4-down territory. 2 wide receivers to the near side. Christopherson claps his hands, back to pass once again.
Ouch.
And this time the pressure is going to get there, and a big sack for the Lennox Orioles.
Boy, coming in like a big old Mack truck was Nathaniel Hart, or Nate Hart. Didn't have a chance at all.
And it's a big loss of 7 yards there for Hayden Christopherson. So now on 4th down and long for the Vermillion Tanagers, they have to get all the way to the 8 to pick up a first down. 2 wide receivers to the near side, and now we're going to see a timeout called by Coach Flanagan with 8:23 remaining in this 3rd quarter. We'll take it with them. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today. Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
4th down and long here for the Vermillion Tanagers. They need to get to the 8 to pick up a first down. Beal is in motion. Christopherson feels the pressure. He's going to take off and try to use his feet. He's got to make a lot happen. You like the idea, but he needed to get a lot. He's able to pick up about 5-6 yards, nowhere near enough. And it's going to be a turnover on downs for Hayden Christopherson, as he just couldn't find anything downfield.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I don't mind the aggressiveness at all. I mean, you have to do what you have to do, but in a case like that, 4th and 16, you got to know in the back of your mind that unless I have like a wide open running lane, you're not going to get 16 yards.
You can even take an interception there. You wouldn't mind as much because, it's just a, in the end, turnover on downs.
Arm punt.
And now, Katzer's able to escape one defender, stiff arm a second. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Brings up 2nd down and 5. Good stick there by Boston Katzer.
Yeah, but all that running, just 3 yards.
You're going to have to take a breather for a moment. As we are seeing right now, Lennox for the first time taking a moment here to kind of get set offensively. This is the first time that we have seen their offense since it took just 91 seconds to open up this quarter to score.
They're missing somebody. Now they got to take a timeout because they were a guy short.
So all of a sudden, Lennox will use their second timeout of the half with 8:04 remaining in the third quarter. It's not the worst thing in the world when you're up by 19 points. Cole Large, some interesting scores from Class 11A. What are you watching there right now?
The Canton Seahawks currently lead Rapid City Christian 20-16, but Rapid City Christian just made about a 50-yard pass. They're going to have 1st and 10 on Canton's 38 with 12 seconds to go in the game.
The third quarter is brought to you by the Vermillion Boosters, from apparel and gear, supporting the student athlete on and off the field. The Vermillion Boosters always back the home team. Follow them on Facebook for all things Vermillion Tanagers. You can find them right there on Facebook at Vermillion Boosters. I know all three of us follow them right there on Facebook, and plenty of updates on their social media. They do an amazing job. 2nd down and 8. After the timeout, they're going to hand it off and nowhere to go again. Gertis is still out with an apparent ankle injury. The carry that time was Ramsey Williams, a loss of 2, and now we'll bring up 3rd down and 10. By the way, quick update. Tate is up and moving around. He is putting weight on that ankle, but it's very, very gingerly at the moment. On 3rd down and 10, back to pass at the moment is Boston Katzer. He says, go deep. He's still on his feet, scrambling around, and he will look deep, and he will find Mickelson, but Mickelson can't hold on to it. And Joe, when you're telling your guy to go deep, you have way too much time in the pocket. Vermillion gets lucky there with the incompletion.
Well, that was a good stick by Connor Peterson. When the ball was there and a chance to be caught, Connor came up with a little hit in the back to dislodge the ball.
So after it took just 91 seconds, 26-7 on their first touchdown for the Lennox Orioles. This time they're going to have to punt it away. In fact, it will be the first punt of the evening for the Lennox Orioles, as it'll be Connor Peterson standing at the 49-yard line to return. Are we still missing a guy? Oh, boy. We are.
Yeah.
Well, don't burn your last time out. Just take the delay.
And you know what? That is, for a coach, that's inexcusable. You're supposed to know what you're doing, or what
they were
missing 2 guys, and now they have to take a timeout.
No, I think they took the penalty. They took the penalty this time.
Wow.
Oh, man, I do not want to be Coach Flanagan at the moment.
Well, film session will be maybe a little tedious on Monday in this part of the game.
Snap the clipboard over the knee in complete frustration.
20-16, Canton survives the upset. They defeat Rapid City Christian.
Interesting, yeah.
So finally, after the delay of game, punt is blocked, and it's going to be scooped up and scored. Raleigh French gets on top of this one for the scoop and score, and Vermillion makes it 26-13.
Well, tell you what, we're not quite past the midway point of the third quarter. That is a huge play to get some momentum.
I want to be correct there. I don't think that might actually have been Des Wright who got on top of it. Check it back here on the instant replay. No, that was Raleigh French who came up with it. So Raleigh French, if you had him on the bingo card scoring tonight, he gets it done. Courtesy of a couple of Tanagers missing it as he gets the ball inside the end zone. So he puts 6 on the board for Vermillion. Can he make it 7 by himself? He can. No, it's no good. It's off to the left. 26-13, 7:20. We're back in a moment here on Live Ticket TV. Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers. Advertising
Welcome
can
back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Riley French, courtesy of a block punt, falls on top of it, and a Coyote red end zone, and I believe he won the go onside kick again. This is a better idea, trying to do the whole entire Pat McAfee deal and just onside kick it to yourself, but it didn't go far enough. And it will be Lennox that will take over it at the 46-yard line. Tom O'Boyle just hands on the head. Oh, shoot. You're thinking that, again, looked like it was going to be a good kick.
I wondered if, to avoid a big return, just, squib it on the ground. But Raleigh, he needed a mulligan on that one.
He had me fooled. I was going deep.
Yeah.
We won't talk about mulligans in Heath's golf game. Cole knows all about that.
You need a lot of them.
Handoff to Ramsey as he finds plenty of space. Goes all the way up to the 32-yard line. Will pick up 9 yards on the carry, and he'll bring up 2nd down and 1. Again, Gertis is out of the ball game after an apparent ankle injury. He is up and walking around, which is good news for the Lennox Orioles faithful. Hopefully it's not a severe injury that takes him out for an extended period of time. We saw that last year with the great wide receiver Porter Enan that took a shoulder injury and that sidelined him not only for the football season but also basketball season. Katzer escapes the pressure, stays on his feet just past the 20-yard line and will tumble out of bounds. They say going all the way up to the 12-yard line. A big pickup of 20 yards, and he'll bring up 1st down and 10 inside the red zone.
Yeah, and Katzer usually doesn't like to scramble like that. He'll try and find the guy, but he must have saw that there was nothing available downfield.
A nice job there by Cole Larsh on the camera there to see Gertis tumble all the way down to the 12. Quickly back into offense. Ramsey carries it for 5 yards, and he'll bring up 2nd down and 5.
And when you give a team a short field on a special teams gaff that time, yeah.
Quickly back again to Ramsey right up the middle, and it's going to be in for a touchdown. From 8 yards out, Ramsey Williams with the score for the Lennox Orioles. And just as Vermillion grabs momentum right back after the block punt that results in a touchdown, Orioles march quickly down the field. Joe, as you just mentioned, courtesy of a mistake special teams, they now lead it 32-13 with 6:04 remaining in this third quarter.
Interesting that Lennox doesn't have a kicker.
And now they will go for 2 once again, and this time the slant pattern works. A little extra jawing as it was completed to Leighton Smith. 34-13, up to a 21-point lead for the Lennox Orioles with 6:04 remaining in the third quarter. We're back in a moment here on Live Ticket TV. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Nice. Maytag appreciates a compliment. But this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Birds like
Welcome
tanagers.
back to the Vermillion Booster Club press box, proud supporters of all tanager athletics and the student athlete.
I was wondering if they were going to bring that back, as we are going to see, it's rare, but offsides on the kickoff. You have to wait until the ball is kicked to cross the 40. Saw two different tanagers that got just across the 40, so they will move it back 5 yards and make them re-kick it. Cole, you're saying you don't really care about that type of penalty, do you?
No, that's not what I was going to say. I don't think he signaled offsides. Okay, maybe he did. I didn't think. I was looking at the referee that signaled I thought he did one of these.
A false start?
That would be like an illegal procedure, illegal formation, something like that.
Again, offsides on the kickoff.
We'll do it again.
Yep. Can't cross the 40 before the ball is kicked. And we saw two different Orioles do that. And this time, it's clean. It's going to send Beal all the way back to the 17 to catch. Beal up the middle and down about the 37-yard line. Cole, we have seen some great movement offensively from this Vermillion Tanagers team. Just got to keep doing exactly what they've been doing on their last few drives.
Exactly right, and I think this is more of the Vermillion team that we saw kind of towards the end of that year last year. Is they're getting decent yardage, they're getting pretty good plays. They just couldn't put the ball in the end zone, and they kind of had to go for it because they didn't really have much of a kicking game. So it's just one of those deals where they've gotten quite a bit of offensive yards and they've gotten some good drives together. It's just they've had two of them stall out in the red zone.
Corey says, "Go Tanagers" from Michigan out there on the chat. Well, we appreciate you tuning in wherever you may be tuning into this broadcast here this evening. Corey will keep on seeing if the Tanagers can't make a comeback here, 34-13. Every time we have seen the Tanagers score, Lennox has answered back, and they've answered back pretty quickly, and it's kind of been by Vermillion shooting themselves in the foot with their special teams. Seeing that penalty flag.
Illegal substitution on the Tanagers.
Yep. And again, we said it in the broadcast. This is week one. This is what you expect.
Yeah.
Joe is saying enough was enough. Let's play some football.
Not so much that, but like I said, the film doesn't lie. So film next week for the Tanagers is going to be probably a little tense too.
Empty backfield this time. Christopherson makes the quick throw over to Shondone, a completion of about 3 yards, and he'll bring up now a 2nd down and 12. Cole, we have seen, though, we heard the pregame. Coach O'Boyle said he wants to mix up 50-50 run and pass. He has completely, though, abandoned the run game here.
Well, that's not honestly the worst thing that he could have done because, we saw in that first quarter Lennox was just swallowing everything up. They were not letting him do anything.
So 2nd down coming up for the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, empty backfield for Hayden Christopherson. He's back to pass. He wants to go deep to Peterson. This one's going to be picked off. Boston Katzer with the interception, and Katzer is tripped up and falls down at the 28-yard line. There is a light penalty flag that comes in. The interception will stand, though, for the Lennox Orioles. The question is, who's it against? It will be against Lennox. Again, interception stands, but it's going to just move them back from where they marked the ball down. They say that Boston was down to the 32, blocking the back on their return of the interception, will bring the football all the way back to the 42, where Lennox will set up 1st down and 10 from there.
And this quarter is dragging, let me tell you.
As the guy right up in the booth behind us just texted me and said, this is one of the longest high school football games I've watched in a while.
34-13, 5:08 third quarter. I would disagree with you both. I think this is normal football for Vermillion Tanagers. This doesn't seem anything different than what I'm used to. Back to pass and scrambling. Oof. Boston Katzer got kind of tripped up from behind. Then Riley French and a couple other Tanagers in there to lay the lick. A loss of 2 yards. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 12 for the Lennox Orioles.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll scramble much more after that hit.
He can certainly throw it away, but as you mentioned, we've seen him scramble a lot, usually for positive yards and a good play, but that time it did not work out. They handed off this time, not to Ramsey, but they're going to go to Corbin Hanneman, the senior running back. His first carry of the evening picks up 5 yards, and will bring up 3rd down and 8, ball at the 40-yard line.
I do want to say one more 11A score update. Dakota Valley leads Del Rapids 16-14 with 7 minutes to go in the game there. So at one point, Del Rapids was down 16-0.
Del Rapids defending Class 11 champions. And it's going to be on the play fake, the screen that is opened up and all the way to the 15-yard line. A big pickup there of 27 yards, and it brings up 1st down and 10 inside the red zone for the Lennox Orioles.
And a cramp for one of the Tanagers.
As Haberman getting his opportunity to come out here, and all of a sudden he's making some noise as the running back again. It was the play fake and screen back to the near side. And a little bit of cramp, as Joe just mentioned. As I missed who that was that went down there. I believe that
was the tackler.
Connor Peterson there that just went down with the cramp. Nope. That was Landon Cerny, who's currently down with the cramp and getting worked on here at the moment. Week 1, gonna see those cramps. Again, yes, it is comfortable here inside the dome, but as much as you try to simulate it in practice, a live football game, you can never certainly do exactly justice for it. You know, if we see these teams, especially Vermillion, playing a lot of guys both ways, cramps are bound to happen. And this one is not a fun cramp for Cerny as he continues to lay on the ground. And this one just isn't giving up its fight. Cole.
Score update, Dakota Valley scored a touchdown. They're up 22-14. They are now kicking a 34-yard extra point. And it's no good, so your score is 22-14 with 6:21 to go in the 4th quarter. Dakota Valley leads number 1 Del Rapids. No,
we did
number 2.
2, yes, Canton is number 1. Back into action here after the cramp. 1st down and 10, and it's going to be a slant that's well behind the intended target. Falls incomplete. 17 pass attempts here in the ball game for Boston Katzer. We expected him to throw the football. Certainly lived up to it. Also, Hayden Christofferson has thrown the football 18 times this evening, combined 35 attempts. Starting to see Lennox slow down here a little bit. Maybe not quick as the tempo, and the clock is not running either. They're going to hand it off to Ramsey. He'll go right up the middle, and he's going to be ushered down by French. And more extracurricular going back and forth between these two teams as they're jawing. There is no love lost here between Lennox and Vermillion at the moment.
I knew you were going to say that.
You like that one.
Maybe going back to basketball here.
Don't bring that up to Lennox.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see, was it false start or offsides? Both guys were moving at the same time. Usually it goes against the offense. Oh, geez.
It is a false start. That is true.
I don't know if I've seen someone so excited for a false start before or not. 3:20, 3rd quarter, 34-13. 2 wide receivers split to the near side. Shotgun formation for Boston Katzer as he's back to pass, plenty of time, and it's going to be intercepted right over the middle, and a great interception that time from Nolan Nygren, the 2nd interception of the football game for the Vermillion Tanagers.
And about in the same place. As you'll remember, Tanagers went on their first sustained drive after their first interception, but had to turn it over on downs.
Nice job there by the safety, Nolan Nygren, to read that play all the way. As you just mentioned, Joe, it's in the shadow of their own end zone once again for the Vermillion Tanagers. 3:07 third quarter, just past 9 o'clock on a Friday evening. I know us three didn't have any plans.
Speak for yourself.
Shotgun formation for Hayden Christofferson. I won't let the fans know what you were up to last night, Cole Larsh, besides working. They're going to hand it off, and it's trying to find some space along the far sideline, up to numbers, a pickup of 5 yards that time. It'll bring up 2nd down and 5.
And Tanagers finding some success on the edge there with the run game, yeah. And Coach O'Boyle wants that balance. Well, like I said, you got to mix her up and get out of the shadow of your own end zone. But like what I've seen from the Tanagers offense from the second quarter on.
And that's Duke, who is now the new ball carrier here in the ball game. So 3rd different running back, and now I'm starting to wonder if Chapman is injured, as we have not seen him come back here in this second half. Read option works for about 2, maybe 3. It'll bring up 3rd down and manageable for the Vermillion Tanagers. And again, not able to really see the sideline either for Vermillion on what is happening with players due to our spot in the broadcast area.
We should get a on-field reporter.
Joe? Great to have Joe Van Gore along with us this season.
Yeah, give me a wireless microphone, see what happens.
I might be able to find one here. Don't push your luck there.
Oh, okay.
Hayden Christofferson scrambles around. It's a low pass, but nice completion. But in the end, it gets right back to the line of scrimmage, and it will bring up now 4th down and 2. It's on the completion there with Sean Doan, but again, not able to get anywhere.
I believe the last time we've had a sideline reporter in a live ticket TV broadcast was the Hoop City Classic at the Pentagon.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Charlie Preen, the voice of the Centerville Tornado football team, is back home. Watching a little Hanson football this evening?
I think so, maybe. And then he's going to go out deer hunting this weekend.
It's going to be a high snap that goes over the head of Hayden Christofferson, rolls all the way through the back of the end zone. It is a safety.
Yep.
Uh-oh. We got to stop the clock. Uh-oh. 36-13. We're having a problem up here with stopping the clock. There we go. We're going to have to add about another 20 seconds back on.
No, we're not. I think we're fine.
Cole, special teams, though, that is going to be the name of the game here for the Vermillion Tanagers. It's helped them at points, but on other points, it has been a struggle here tonight.
Yeah, it has. It's kind of been, both sides of the ticket. Unfortunately, it's hurt them more than it's helped them, like you said. But it's just one of those deals where now we get to come out and see how many times Vermillion has practiced the safety punt.
Trying to add 45 seconds back on to the clock. Culver, or 48, I should say.
I was going to say, you clearly can't read Gary Culver's hands down there. He was saying 48.
I cannot. Thank you, Cole. So you mentioned the safety punt spotted at the 20.
Oh, maybe it's just a kickoff from
Yeah.
the 20. Huh? Yeah.
Well, it's a free kick.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean,
that's true. You're right.
It's something you don't. Yeah, you see safeties in games and stuff, but what happens afterward is called a free kick, but you never hear anybody talk about it.
Yeah.
It's just a kick, yeah. But the thing is, it is from the 20. So you're going to give somebody halfway decent field position if Raleigh can get this ball off good.
And he does no onside kick here. You do have to kick it deep. And it's not going to be a deep one.
He pooched it.
Now, I will say, though, if Vermillion gets back on top of it, it is a live ball still.
If it went 10 yards, yeah.
Yeah. In the end, it goes out of bounds. Another penalty flag.
But that's just, for illegal procedure, 5 yards, and where it went out of bounds. And then Lennox is going to have it 1st and 10 at the 38 of Vermillion.
36-13, 48 seconds remain here in this third quarter, and what you two have labeled as one of the longest quarters that you guys can remember in high school football. Back in action as it goes to Williams. He picks up a yard, if that, and he'll bring up 2nd down and 9.
3 minutes to go in the Dakota Valley Del Rapids game. Del Rapids is driving. They're going to have it 1st and goal on the 8-yard line. See if they can't capitalize, try to tie the game.
Again, Lennox is starting to take the air out of the football here, not going as quickly as we have seen them go. They're going to go deep to Mickelson, and it's going to be caught at the 4-yard line. A huge pickup of 34 yards, and he'll bring up 1st down and goal for the Lennox Orioles. Mickelson has been the main target tonight. 193 yards passing this evening for Boston Katzer with a couple INTs, 1 touchdown on the night, but his main target has been Mickelson. They are going to let this one wind to 0, and we'll move to the 4th quarter. Lennox leads it over Vermillion, 36-13. We're back in a moment on Live Ticket TV.
Great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the Tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Give it off to Cisse, gliding to the basket. Out to 3, Jay Hayes. Good. And Eric Glenn wants to stop the music.
Back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
1st down and goal for the Lennox Orioles as we begin the 4th quarter. It's a low snap, and it was a design throw to one spot the entire way. His intended target was nowhere near, and it falls incomplete. I believe he was trying to go to Mickelson, so falls incomplete. 2nd down and goal for the Lennox Orioles, and we're going to see another stoppage and play, more cramping for the Vermillion Tanagers.
I think we need to invest in some pickle juice down on the Vermillion sideline. I know longtime MVP running back Jesse Hastings would have about 16 ounces of pickle juice every game.
As down for the Vermillion Tanagers this time is Cameron. He is getting stretched out at the 15-yard line. Make sure you always begin your day, Cole Large, with a glass of water. And if you want to get really fancy with it, you like to drink the liquid IV?
What?
Says who?
I've seen you drink liquid IV all the time when we're golfing.
That is true. It was also 110 that day.
And we tried to survive.
Yeah, we barely did.
But you drink 16 ounces of the liquid IV powder with a glass of water, get all the minerals.
Yeah, I do that a lot for when I'm umpiring.
It will help you out.
Put 2 liquid IV packets in my nice 40-ounce water jug. And
Joe, if you want to make it to 120, there's the secret right there.
Nice. Well, my mother is 98, so yeah, I might have a chance.
Joe, we do expect you still calling games at the age of 98.
No.
2nd down and goal. They're going to hand it off to Williams, and nothing doing that time. As great job by Corbin Hendricks to get back in there and stop that play from going anywhere. A loss of a couple now brings up 3rd down and goal for the Lennox Orioles.
If I make it to 98 and I'm still doing games, Heath, I'll have somebody text you.
36-13, 3rd down and goal. It's a low snap and now fumbled. Katzer just picks it up, trying to make something of a broken play, and it falls incomplete. He did have a wide open receiver, but falls incomplete and now brings up 4th down and goal for the Lennox Orioles as they try to put this one to bed and just can't seem to do so.
Well, Connor Peterson made, the ball is there, the stick was there, came out of his hands.
36-13, 4th down and goal for the Lennox Orioles with the ball at the 7-yard line. Wide receivers split to either side. Katzer scrambles to the near side, keeping his eyes downfield, and it's going to fall incomplete as he tried to hit Drake Mickelson in the back of the end zone. Can't do so, and it will be a turnover on downs. Bend but don't break defense that time by the Vermillion Tanagers.
You hit the nail on the head, Heath. Couldn't said it any better myself. Again, score update from the Dakota Valley Del Rapids game. 36 seconds left in the ball game. Del Rapids has it 4th and goal on the DV 5-yard line. So if the camera doesn't move for a little bit, that's why.
Cole's got his phone picked up, watching that game, watching this one. Joe Van Gore, I'm Heath Nimke. 11-19 remaining here in the ball game. Vermillion trails by 23 points. They're going to need offense, and they're going to need it in a hurry. They have not had many explosive plays, only 2 plays, in fact, over 20 yards or more. And they're going to hand it off to Duke, and Duke has nowhere to go as he's going to get back to the line of scrimmage now bring up 2nd down and 10.
Update in the Dakota Valley Del Rapids game, the 4th and 5 pass to the corner of the end zone, incomplete, turnover on downs. And I don't believe Del Rapids has any more timeouts left, so I believe that'll be the end of the ball game.
If you will, an upset for Dakota Valley as they knock off defending champions in Class 11A, defeating Del Rapids. And again, I say upset with quotations as it's...
Well, it's a new year, and I think Del Rapids, what I've been reading or hearing, they had heavy graduation losses.
2nd down and 10. Joe Van Gore, also part of the media polls. Gets his vote each and every week. Back to pass. Hayden Christofferson has to get out of the shadow of his own end zone. Will do so. But it's going to be a loss of 4 yards. And will now bring up 3rd down and long for Vermillion. He wanted to go deep to Peterson, but Peterson just never came open. So Christofferson takes his 3rd sack of the ball game. There is a late penalty flag that's down at the 4-yard line, or is it the football? I apologize. It's the football.
That is the football, yes.
Wow.
It is getting late, isn't it?
Heath's bedtime is officially at 9:05. It's 9:20. Cole, you know what that means. Another round of caffeine for Heath, and we'll be wired for the rest of the night. 3rd down and long. Shift in formation as they bring 3 wide receivers now to the near side. Standing 1 yard deep into the end zone, fake the handoff, and it's going to be the simple curl route right back to the 6-yard line. Picked up 2 yards, and it will bring up 4th down, and the Tanagers will have to punt it away. Mark it at the 7 with 9:11 remaining in the ball game, and Joe for the Lennox Orioles will be a little bit different moving offense for them. Just work as much of the clock as they possibly can. Got at the dome with a victory.
Well, I'm surprised that they're still, going, trying the 50-50 balance between run and pass. But if they want this game over, they just got to plain run it.
And this one, not the greatest of punts, as it does take a Vermillion bounce, though, and will go all the way back to the 42-yard line. Again, Gertis is not here in the ball game anymore after he got 3 touchdowns, including 2 rushing touchdowns and an 83-yard kickoff return. He suffered an apparent ankle injury in the 3rd quarter. We have not seen him since. Lennox fans, if you're just tuning in, we have seen him move more, though, on the sidelines. It looks like he will be okay, at least in the capacity to stay put at least weight on the foot. Back in action here, speaking of his replacement, the running back position, Ramsey Williams will carry it for a yard or so and bring up 2nd down and 9. Williams, 6 carries for 19 yards, and we are completely seeing a change in the offensive tempo here for the Lennox Orioles as they are not in as big of a hurry. And now a bad snap. Katzer tries to pick it up, and he is going to be officially sacked all the way back to the 46-yard line. A big loss, and it will bring up 3rd down. And Joe, as much as you love to see Lennox kind of change up their offense, get their mind out of the ball game. They still have to keep focused here because they have completely lost focus in this fourth quarter.
Well, I mean, just, yeah, I mean, when you're ahead like they are and stuff, yeah, it's easy to lose focus, no doubt.
So now on third down and long, trying to find an intended target. This one, a low pass, will fall incomplete. They'll bring up fourth down and forever, and the Lennox Orioles will be trading punts with the Vermillion Tanagers. This fourth quarter is brought to you by Thermobond Buildings. Thermobond Buildings manufactures buildings built to your specifications and fully integrated to meet your needs. Their experienced technicians and licensed electricians have the ability to engineer, produce, and install whatever specialized equipment your project may require. That's Thermobond Buildings in Elk Point. And here on the fake, it will be a completion and a first down for the Lennox Orioles. So on fourth down and forever, instead of punting, they will go for it and they pick up the first down.
Interesting.
And I should specify it wasn't a fake, it was just their normal offense. And they put two wide receivers deep, and Katzer finds Mickelson just like he has all night long. Back to the run game, and it will be Williams who is able to pick up 10 yards and a first down. So over 200 yards completion here in the ball game this evening for Boston Katzer. Unofficially have him at 213. Back to the run game once again. They're just going to keep it on the ground, trying to bleed out the rest of this clock. 6:40 remains here in the Dakota Dome. Pick up of 4 yards there for Ramsey Williams. Brings up second down and 6. Back to pass as Boston Katzer will step up, avoids one whoopee tackler, gets by a second, and Boston Katzer will take it himself from 19 yards out. Touchdown, Lennox, and they extend their lead. 42-13 with 6:19 remaining here in the ball game. Boston Katzer, his first rushing touchdown of the evening. And now we'll see them go for two like they have all ball game, where they've gone to just simple offense after the swinging gate formation just did not go well for them. Simply going to hand it off. The two-point conversion will be no good, but with 6:19, it's all Lennox here in this fourth quarter. They lead it 42-13. We're back in a moment on Live Ticket TV.
Mixing Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mixing Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for low-gun equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mixing Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
Core Cares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. Core Cares, proudly serving our community.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box. Proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Got some Cole Larsh gym music in the morning. Listening right here.
Whatever happened to both kinds of music, country and western?
You want a little bit of country? We can get that for you, Joe, as Peterson on the return gets it up to the 43-yard line. Will be first down and 10 for Vermillion. As you might hear me say this a time or two, Vermillion will not bring out a second offense or defense, really. With 34 guys on the team, that's not really an option necessarily. You'll see their starters stay out there as much as possible. Now, the courtesy is returned by Lennox. They also have their original defense still out there. So we're playing straight up right now with 6:14 remaining in the ball game. Lennox leads 42-13. We will have a post-game show. We'll be joined by the coach, Gary Culver, here with a post-game interview. Also take a look at scores from across the state of South Dakota, get your final game numbers and more. That will all come up during the post-game show here on Live Ticket TV. We'll also get you set for what is also coming up, including volleyball this next week right here on Live Ticket TV.
I told Jody Zeller I'll see her there.
Man, oh man, Jody Zeller, what an amazing analyst when it comes to volleyball and what she's able to bring. You going to call some games with her again this year, Cole?
Who knows?
Whoops.
Bad snap, and it trying to get back on top of it. Hayden Christofferson wasn't able to, but Vermillion eventually able to get on top of the football at the 32-yard line. A big loss there of 17 yards. They'll bring up 3rd down and long for Vermillion. 5:15 remaining here in the ball game. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Olson's Pest Technicians, offering dependable pest control services for both residential and commercial properties. Their service extends throughout South Dakota and the upper Midwest. Some late play call come in from Coach OB. Vermillion trying to get set offensively. Christofferson will go underneath center. Look around. And we'll get the delayed handoff to Duke as Duke tries to rumble his way forward. Pick up of 3 yards, and it'll bring up 4th down and long for the Vermillion Tanagers, and they will have to punt it away. I say that, we did just see a Lennox fake a punt and end up getting a 1st down out of it. So you never know. 4:13 remaining here in the ball game. Going back deep to return the punt, Ramsey Williams. Christofferson standing at the 26-yard line for the Vermillion Tanagers. And this one, he's going to drop this one, trying to pick it up, and Lennox is able to get back on top of it this time. Off the bad snap, it will be Nolan Spleelman who will come up with the fumbled snap, and Lennox will take over in great territory here to inch closer to the end of the ball game. And we are going to see the starting offense come back out for the Lennox Orioles, as I believe they're trying to gather guys at the moment to make a big swap all at once. But for the Lennox Orioles, ranked number 5 in Class 11A, certainly have put their stamp on this game. It's going to be a low snap, and now they're going to hand it off to a different running back this time, as that was Hanneman that will carry it. We've seen him carry a few times, just as, in fact, 3rd carry of the ball game, 3 carries for 10 yards. Ball at the 24-yard line. 3:30 remaining. Lennox leads 42-13. Handoff once again to Corbin as he will muscle his way forward. Nice job defensively by the Tanagers to gang tackle there. He'll be spotted out the 19-yard line. He'll bring up 3rd down and 3. Third down and 3 as Boston Katzer looks over to the far sideline. Working some more of the clock, and now it's going to be a trick play that did not work out whatsoever.
Probably going to have a snap infraction here.
They were trying to snap it there on the motion man to Leffers, and I don't think he was ready for it, or maybe even expecting the play. Kind of interesting to show a trick play like that on film, leading like this.
You know, or you could look at it this way. Was it an intentional false start to keep the clock rolling without having to snap the ball?
2:38. Now 3rd down and 8. Back to pass. Boston Katzer will get it complete down to the 12. Mickelson shakes one tackler and will be wrapped up inside the 5 and taken down at the 4. And a gain of 22 yards, and he'll bring up 1st down and goal.
Yep, Lennox has not let up on the offensive pace, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd get some kids in there to play, some other kids to play.
And they will hand it off, and in for a touchdown is Corbin Hanneman. The senior running back gets his first touchdown of the season. 5 carries for 17 yards. And as I mentioned, touchdown, and now 48-35. That will put us at the running clock rule with 2:09 remaining in this fourth quarter. Are we going to? Nope. We're going to spot it at the far hash. That's why they would like to take this 2-point conversion. They're going to fake the handoff, roll out to the near side. Boston, plenty of time. Gets by 1, gets by a second, still looking around the throw, finally does so, and he ran 80 yards on that 2-point conversion just for an incomplete pass. But it is 48-13. We're back in a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Is your safe place to take your dog while you're away? They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dog. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
On Monday, back to the Vermillion Booster Club press box. Proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Connor Peterson on the return as he gets up to the 37-yard line. A request for some country music there for Joe Van Gore. Joe, this is a little bit more the newer country, the more the hip and the hop. Were you looking for more?
I was thinking about maybe some Johnny Cash or Waylon and Willie or, Jerry Jeff Walker or Hoyt Axton.
We'll see if we can't get some of those requests in for you during the postgame show.
If you want me to sing, I can try. Maybe not.
First down and 10 with the running clock. So ultimately, we're just running down the final 90 seconds here of the ball game with the Lennox Orioles that lead at 48-13. And this one hand off to Duke as he picks up a nice 5 yards. And Joe, people are going to look at this final score and say, number 5, Lennox beat up on Vermillion, but it just seemed at times Vermillion got in their own way, especially with special teams.
Well, but it is the first game, but, you've been practicing for more than 2 weeks, and I know Coach O'Boyle is, of course, following the footsteps of Coach Culver, very attentive to special teams, but they'll have a week and a long trip to get that worked out.
Yeah, making the trip to Pine Ridge coming up next week to take on Lakota Tech, and how about this for a catch? What a great job there by Landon Cerny to pull that one down all the way up to the 38-yard line, and a big completion of 33 yards in the first down.
And Aiden Hansen, number 22, was hanging all over him that time. So great concentration.
Unofficially, Hayden Christopherson, 145 yards in the passing game this evening. One final play here for the Vermillion Tanagers inside the Dakota Dome. As Hayden Christopherson calls it out, might as well look for something deep. He's back to pass, and he will do that to the near sideline. They go to Thomas, and Thomas wrestles with his defender, and they will say that it's going to be incomplete. No interception, incompletion, but that will also end the ball game as your final score is Lennox 48, Vermillion 13. We have plenty coming up here on the postgame show as we'll take a look at your final game numbers, scores from around the state of South Dakota, and also see if we can't get an interview with the coach, Gary Culver. That is all on the way here on Live Ticket TV.
All of Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations will be closed in observance of Labor Day. This is so all of their employees can spend time with their families. If you're looking for equipment, look no further than Grossenberg Implement. They have new and used equipment to help you get the job done. Go online at grossenberg.com to see the entire lineup. Remember, Grossenberg Implement's 9 locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming will be closed on Labor Day.
Since 1966, Louis Cleaning and Restoration has served the Vermillion and Southeast South Dakota area with high-quality work and even higher-quality customer service. At Vermillion's oldest cleaning and restoration company, they pride themselves on providing the best service with friendly, knowledgeable staff. They specialize in cleaning, offering extensive cleaning services with high-powered equipment at an affordable price. Check out their website for a full list of services they offer. And next time you need it clean, call Louis Cleaning and Restoration.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Back here inside the Dakota Dome as the final score, Lennox Orioles get the win 48-13. We heard it from Joe Van Gore just a little bit ago. We'll also get our take from Cole Larsh as we have plenty to get to here on the postgame show. We'll see if we can't catch up with the coach, get to your final game numbers. But Cole, a tough one here tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers and their performance of just, it seemed like at points they had their opportunity to get back into this game, but it just escaped them. Really, the end of the first half and the beginning of the second half.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I'm sure you're going to go through the stats here, and that's why you're having me talk for a while, because I can ramble on for a while you actually tally them up. But, you know, stats-wise, I don't think Vermillion actually did that bad, you know, all things considered. They were completing a lot of passes. They were getting a lot of rushing yards. It's just once they got down to about the 30, 20-yard line, they just could not capitalize, and costly penalties. I mean, I know that happens quite a bit here. We are in week number 1. But that combined with some special teams errors, a lot of fumbles on snaps, it just seemed like no matter what Vermillion did, they just could not get any closer. And then every time Lennox got the ball, they just kept going up. They kept getting faster and faster and faster. And no matter what the situation, I mean, there's 30 seconds left in the game, and they'd be up there no huddle and trying to snap it quick once again. So, I mean, it's just one of those games where were there a couple bright spots that you could kind of focus and try to build on for the rest of the season? Yes. But there's also a lot of things that you got to change and you got to get adjusted before you start getting into this DAC-12 schedule after the rest of the year, once you get, especially in that second half of the season. A lot of things you can learn from in this game, but it was one of those deals where any little mistake against this really good Lennox team, especially like you said, that end of the first half, start of the second half swing right there, that 14-point swing, that really hurt them, and I think right after that they just kind of lost all the air out of their sails.
Tonight's postgame show is brought to you by First Bank and Trust. Enjoy the convenience of digital banking from anywhere, including fast and secure mobile and online options. Customized features let you streamline banking tasks across all platforms, even other financial institutions. Banking has never been easier than with First Bank and Trust. Cole mentioned it. It was a good offensive performance from the Vermillion Tanagers, including Hayden Christopherson unofficially goes 14 of 21 for 145 yards in the passing game tonight. In total, though, rushing yards for the Vermillion Tanagers, 53 yards. Leading the way was Chapman with 10 carries and 44 yards, all coming there in the first half. On the opposite side, for the Lennox Orioles in the passing game, it was 14 of 25. Boston Katzer for 235, a touchdown. He did have 2 interceptions on the evening. In the running game, leading the way was Tate Gertis, even with the injury to his ankle. 9 carries for 85 yards and 2 touchdowns. In total, rushing yards tonight for the Lennox Orioles. They ran the football for 168, again, total rushing yards on the evening, as the Lennox Orioles get the victory 48-13 over the Vermillion Tanagers. Joe, you mentioned it. It's all about regroup and come back better for next week as you get ready to make the long trip to Pine Ridge.
Well, that will be indeed, and that's a night game. So, you got to take all day Friday to go out and into early Saturday morning. But Labor Day's Monday, but there will be practice. Use the weekend to heal up a little bit. And then, watch film because, there were certainly some things that Tanagers did very well tonight, especially on offense. When they found a rhythm on offense, that was certainly, interesting to watch and, the development of this team throughout the season. So we'll certainly see where that ends up.
Cole, if we have an opportunity, let's take a look at some scores from across the state of South Dakota on all the action for this evening. I know plenty of games are final, if not maybe all of them at this moment, and besides maybe a couple games out there on the west side. I don't know what I'm saying. Cole, what do we have for final scores?
Yeah, first we're going to start with 9B and work our way up. Again, Avon and Del Rapids St. Mary with convincing wins. Of course, Stickney defeated Scotland Minnow 28-16. Platte Geddes over Cologne 55-0. Canastota over Coleman Egan 12-6. Sully Buttes leads 34-6 over Burke. That says 7 minutes in the first. I would be amazed if that was the actual time. And then no really other close games there in 9B, so we move up to 9A. Again, we had those other final scores. Alcester Hudson leads Centerville 62-36 with 9 minutes to go in the game there. Wall leads Harding County Bison 43-14. Hill City defeated Lemon McIntosh 41-8. Howard over Esteline Hendricks 35-8. And Woolsey Wessington over Dubrook 52-6. We move up to 9AA. Again, Hamlin defeated Hanson 44-6. Parkston over Stanley County 54-16. DeSmit over Garrettson 72-21. Leola Frederick over Britton Hecla 36-30. Again, Scotland Minnow falling to Corsica Stickney 28-16. Marion Freeman Academy over Bonham 50-19. Elkton Lake Benton over Viborg Hurley in the ranked matchup 40-24. TDA ACDC over Gregory 48-22, and Kimball Whitelake defeats Redfield 52-0. We move up to 11B. Mount Vernon Plankington defeats St. Thomas More 36-30. WWSSC over Lead Deadwood 42-6. In the ranked matchup, Winter defeats Wagner 24-6. MCM over Webster 33-6. Groton area defeats Mobridge Pollock. Flandreau defeats Baltic. Duel over Sisseton Hot Springs sneaks past Miller Highmore Herald 21-14. And Beersford defeats Parker 34-12. We move into 11A. Again, your final score here, 48-13 in favor of Lennox. Canton squeaks by Rapid City Christian and avoids the upset 20-16. Madison defeats Belle Fourche 41-6. Dakota Valley upsets number 2 Del Rapids 22-14. Sioux Falls Christian 42, West Central 13. It says under a minute left in the fourth. I do believe that one went final. Millbank defeated Lakota Tech, and Tri-Valley with the 20-13 victory over Custer. We move up to 11AA. Final score, Yankton 60, Huron 0. Spearfish with the lead over number 3 T Area 39-29 with 2 minutes left in the game, and Spearfish has possession. So I believe that game is just about over. Mitchell defeats Douglas 51-13. Brookings over Sturgis 31-0. Shout out my cousin Brady, head coach at Brookings, with the big victory 31-0. And Sioux Falls Jefferson currently leads Watertown 17-7 at the end of the first half. We move up to AAA. Again, the other final score, Roosevelt over Central 21-19. Sioux Falls Lincoln over Rapid City Stevens 55-7. And again, that Jefferson Watertown score 17-7. That's a look at scores from across the state of South Dakota.
Joe, going to make some changes there in your media poll voting when it comes to week number 2 after seeing maybe a few upsets along the way when it comes to high school football.
Well, that's what the preseason poll and the first couple weeks of the season are. to kind of see where you're at. And you're going to find, certainly some surprises, some upsets and the like. But I really don't think the top teams will, really fall that much, because you've got, your things are more centered from what part of the state you're from. I mean, obviously, winner with a big win tonight, they'll stay number one in 11B. Canton will, survive and stay number one. I would expect Del Rapids maybe to take a little bit of a dive here, but the first, the preseason poll in the first couple weeks of the season, that's where, things are kind of vetted, and you go on from there.
We do also want to get here on the broadcast as Cole Larsh pulls it up here. Continue to have prayers for longtime teacher and superintendent there at Irene Wakanda. Prayers for Mike Hutchinson as he continues to battle leukemia. I know it has gotten worse, but our thoughts and prayers go out to him and his family as they navigate this tough time. I know a lot of people in this area know Mike Hutchinson extremely well. I've gotten to know him over the past few years extremely well. So again, our thoughts and prayers continue to be with Mike Hutchinson and his family as he battles. Cole Larsh, final thoughts for tonight.
Well, again, like I said a little bit, I mean, there's a couple of things that you can build on. I mean, there's definitely some bright spots, but there's also, like a lot of games, you're going to watch the film and say, okay, we had a lot of really, for lack of better terms, stupid penalties. And, it's just one of those deals where you're going to learn from what you can, you're going to fix what you can, and you got another game in a week.
Don't forget, it's Vermillion versus Lennox once again coming up on Tuesday evening as they will play in volleyball action. We'll have the coverage right here for you on Live Ticket TV. Also, South Sioux City, Nebraska will be playing as well. And that will put our coverage to bed as your final score is 48-13. The Lennox Orioles defeat the Vermillion Tanagers here tonight. For Joe Van Gore, for Cole Larsh, I'm Heath Nimke. Until next time, Tuesday, we'll be back with you for volleyball. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your evening.